Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Relish in the in-game experience.
You know, Bubba, if I was home, I'd miss out on all the dried out, crappy hamburgers that they serve in the box. And all the just disgusting food that gives me a stomachache every freaking Sunday. They should be ashamed of themselves with their catering.
Hold on.
I think Dan has to sneak his own candy in there.
I do. I end up spitting out more food than I swallow from the catering. It's that bad. It's disgusting. And no matter if you get the good stuff, it sucks. You get the easy stuff. Even that, they can't even cook a freaking hot dog. Bubba, how hard is it to cook a hot dog? God damn it.
I mean, here's a guy.
F you.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
October 28th, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, live from Tampa, Florida. Myself, Lummy, Seth, Macho Man, and Dr. Dan. Jay will come in later. A little bit later, about 8:30, you'll be able to smell his high karate. I think, he does put it on a little bit thick, but then it dissipates, and by the time that I walk him out to his car, it's perfect. My or my nose has gotten used to it. One of the two.
Your nose has gotten used to it. Your nose acclimates. Smell is two really incredible things with smell. One is that you acclimate to a smell really quickly. So you don't, like smokers don't smell the smoke that they stink of.
Or pot smokers
right, they
won't smell that they literally smell like Cheech and Chong as soon as they walk in a house.
We know we smell.
Seth, did you get a little Adidas box? Did you get it it looks like there's a little Adidas box on the couch behind you?
Yeah, it's got some shoes in it. Yes, that's it.
Yes. I didn't know if you got some new. If you went out, down to the outlet mall during some rare time off and went to the Adidas outlet store and got you a new pair of. I don't even know. Lummy, is there any high profile guys that are even with Adidas?
Yes.
Yeah. There's a good amount.
Is Adidas like the second tier, Seth? Like is it Nike then Adidas?
I think. I mean, yeah, everything's second tier to Nike, but
yeah.
I think a lot of people look at it like as the same or even better.
Oh,
really?
Adidas?
Yeah. It just depends on what brand you're loyal to.
Yeah.
By the way, everybody who follows us on our OnlyFans account, which is a very rare follow, but it was a MILF Monday yesterday, Lummy, and we're in the MILF business. So I put some MILFs up. I even put a new I think her name's Amber. I don't know if that's what she goes by Blonde I don't know, she Blondie AS or something like that. I posted a couple of hers this morning just because I had a couple left of her. So again, you can always go to our OnlyFans account, which is I don't know if I should be giving it out. Should I, Lummy? Or audibly, can you give it out, or is that a problem too?
It's not your OnlyFans, it's your only friends.
I mean, maybe once a day.
Yeah, anyway, my OF is OF.com, and then at the Bubba Army, just like everything we have, like Rumble and YouTube and Facebook and Twitch and X and everything. Everything is at the Bubba Army. And yesterday was a great MILF Monday, I just say.
You need a.
By the way, Bubba, I was going to just tell you, with Adidas is Messi,
Yep,
Patrick Mahomes,
Oh, man.
Damian Lillard,
Yeah, that's
David Beckham.
That's pretty,
Yeah.
that's pretty strong
Well, hockey. I mean, soccer. It's huge. Adidas is huge in soccer.
in soccer.
Yeah.
Right. What I was going to say. Oh, here's what I was going to say. Do any of you guys, I'm always trying, let me, especially now that your merchandising number can be applied to your year-end $2,000,
Yeah.
which I think is going to make next year's BARP just almost be unmanageable. I bet you Dan has one of those Ridge wallets. Does anybody?
Nope.
Nobody's familiar?
I'm familiar with them, but I don't have one.
And so somebody gave me an idea. You should do Bubba Army Ridge wallets. Now, I have my brother-in-law, Tarek, bought me one for Christmas a couple years ago, and I've been using it ever since. It's where, it's where you put your credit cards and your driver's license, and it can just stick right in your, and you could put like even a 20, or you could put a little bit of money in there, but instead of carrying this big bulky wallet, it just gives you everything you would need, and it's got.
So you're more aerodynamic when you're walking?
Yes. Well, no. So that in your pocket, you don't get this big wallet.
Yeah,
like
the George
this-
Costanza wallet's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Saltines in it.
your dad's wallet, that big tri-fold gimmick that your dad would say, "Go get my wallet," and he'd scratch off $20 when you're going to the mall. That big tri-fold deal that he's got pictures in and all that. That is yes. There you go, Seth.
This is it?
That is not cool anymore.
That's a dinosaur.
boy.
Yeah, but
People
is
have been
cool?
looking at me funny, Bubba, when I've gone to pay for my smoothies, and now I think I know why.
And you got a little picture of Sammy in there. Yeah. There you go. I mean, you can be Larry if you want, but I'm just saying.
What's a Ridge wallet like?
A Ridge wallet are these things. Well, they list for about $99.
Expensive.
And one of the reasons why they're so expensive is because they have RIF technology, meaning that people can't scan through it.
They can't lift your card when they walk by you?
Right.
Electronically?
So here's the Ridge one, and I just manufactured Bubba Army ones.
Nice.
And let me, I Merch Crick actually, we got into a little bit of a fight.
Oh, no.
Because she's like, what do you want to price these things at? And I said, well, what do Ridges go for? And she said, well, anywhere between $69 and $99. And I go, well, what's our cost on them? And she gave them to me, and they're up there. And I'm like, let's just blow. I think we ordered 300 of them. I go, let's just blow them out at $19.99. I'm making like 3 or 4.
Really?
I'm making like $3 or $4.
That's all you're charging for that?
Yeah.
It's usually $100.
I know. So here is the
now.
Here is
You're the worst businessman of all time.
I know.
Jesus.
I make a little bit of money. I'll make 900 or so. That's good enough for me. So I don't need to gouge people with $99.99 when they cost me like $13.99 to make or something like that. So here they are.
Aren't you supposed to triple?
Well, whatever, Dan. You might triple on your boobs. I don't know if I could triple on my wedge.
I don't sell T-shirts, but if I had T-shirts that cost me $2, I'd sell them for $6.
Okay, well, Dan, here we go. The brand, and if anybody on the show wants one, here is the Bubba Army Ridge wallet, and it's just like the Ridge deal. And what you do, Seth, is you push it out. And then all of your, I I got my driver's license. I got my insurance card. I got my 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I got 5 credit cards in there.
That's a lot.
And then it just slips right in there. And if you wanted to put a couple 20s or just a little bit of cash, but they're super cool. They're super sleek.
The clip is for the cash, right?
And the clip is for the cash. Yes, the clip, and you just stick it right in your wallet. I mean, I'm sorry, you just stick it right in your pants pocket.
Does it turn into a weapon?
No,
it can.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is pretty hard.
I mean, if you smashed a guy if you took the corner of this and smashed him in the eye, he'd be hurting. So, Dan,
yes.
do you want one?
Yeah, I think
right.
they're great.
Lummy, do you want one?
Yes, please. I got one. I got one on my desk.
All right.
Me too.
Did Dan, you got one on your desk?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I didn't know what it was at first. I thought it was like playing cards.
So you can
do
go.
a card break.
You can go to Bubba Army Store, Bubba Army Shop, Bubba Army Merch, and here they are right here, and boom. There they are.
Nice.
And maybe
rock solid.
Maybe I really messed up on the price.
Did fool.
I should have been $29.95.
What if you just do a 1 day? Like this could be a 1 day introduction, and then raise it tomorrow.
That's
so if they don't get it today.
Yeah, but that might piss.
What?
That
To
might-
piss the
Sleepers?
people off that don't get it today? They got 24 hours.
You gave them the chance.
All right, here's the deal. Okay, and I've never done this, but upon look, so when I Google them, look at, I mean, just look, $99.99, RID 100, $69, $99, $89, $99. I mean, like $79. Here's one for $23, but ours isn't that cheap.
No,
Ours aren't made like that. Ours are made just like the Ridge. Here, Ridge Wallet. If you go to ridgewallet.com. And these are exactly the way ours are made, even with the screws and the back clip. And so, no thanks. What are they? So $295.
that's a platinum one. Wow.
What the thing does that do for you? So I'm looking at the cheapest ones they make, and it looks like it to be about $89 or something like that. So, they have fancy little things like that. But so anyway, I have completely. Merch Crick was right. I was going to bed last night, and they just came in, and she's like, "I'm going to list these, so when you get up in the, first thing out of the box, when you talk about it, we'll blow them out. We have 300 of them. What do you want to price? What do you want to price them at?" And I go, "Well, what do they cost us?" She's like, "I think they're $12.99." We make like $5-6, $19.99. She's like, "But honey, $19.99, like, you don't understand. Like, they go for like the cheapest one I can find is like $39. That's the cheapest one I can find." I'm like, "Well, then we'll sell them out." So,
are you doing an impression of yourself?
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Kind of am. It's incredible. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, I'm quite the. I've really turned into quite the impressionist. I mean, my Donald Trump is spot on. My Dion is spot on, and now I can do myself. Man, please, my Tuttle's spot on, please.
So, you got a Dan?
No.
You got a Sethi?
Hey, no, I don't really have a sponge. I have a Lummy.
Let's hear Lummy.
Bubba, so I was thinking that maybe you might want to listen to Merch Crick on that. Actually, it was
would never say that.
It was Lummy's idea for us to listen. They're only going to be, listen.
By the way, $20. I just bought mine.
They're tonight at midnight. Tonight at midnight, if we have any left. I think we ordered 300. If we have any left, they go to $29.99.
Smart.
And that's if we have any left. And that's still a pretty damn good bargain. And all you got to do is do your own research. Just type in, Ridge Wallet-like type deal. And we have all the functions of a Ridge wallet. Custom Bubba Army Ridge-inspired wallet is made of military-grade materials. Our one-piece wallet is built to last. RFID blocking. The Ridge Wallet surrounds your cards with a solid aluminum body. Shield them from even the strongest RFID chip readers. Stay protected and stylish with your smart card, credit card wallet. RFID protection, functionality and slim, integrated money clip. and then specifications. It's just like a Ridge. So I really screwed the pooch on this one. They should be $29.99. I messed up. So anyway, today, Lummy, they're available for this price because I'm a man of my word. And then hopefully the merch cricket, she usually listens to the show. She'll know tonight at midnight, to set them up for $29.99 if there's any left. And maybe, Lummy, she might be ordering. She might blow these things out and have to order another 300 for Christmas. I'm trying to stock up the Bubba Army merchandise page right now because this is when people start buying for Christmas. Right towards, like responsible wives and stuff will, go to their husband or boyfriend or significant other is a big Bubba Army guy, and so like, hey, I'm gonna get him a Bubba Army flag, or I'm gonna get him, let me all of our projects, I'm gonna get him a Bubba Army knife, so next time we fight, he'll stab me, and then that's the Bubba Army retractable skull, 9-inch retractable knife, and then Lummy, these have been going really good. These placard type hard plastic 4x4 raised chrome logo.
Nice.
They've been going well. There's Macho Man in the UV fishing, type shirt.
Seth has one on today.
He does. And he looks and he looks good as hell. Just saying.
I wore one 2 days ago. It was great.
I didn't on the air?
No, I just used it. I was
going to say, Seth actually has his on the air, buddy. He is actually modeling his. And I'll tell you this right now, not being a dick to Seth or nothing, but he very rarely wears anything Bubba Army. Like, he does not care about
I like this.
Supporting the logo.
I've been wearing this for a while, and I couldn't find it. And now that I found it, I've been wearing this.
Do you need another one so you have one? You can have one in Orlando and one and one back in St. Pete. Would you like to have another one?
God, multiple wardrobes in multiple cities. Do you have different colors, or is it just this natural gray?
It's just the natural gray. But we might come up with new colors. That's
okay.
But if you'd like another one, there you go.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
They're great shirts.
Then let me the big 10x10 high quality heavy duty truck vinyl decals, the lunch boxes, the full trucker effect shirts. Just, we're kind of low right now on, like, we don't have any backpacks. I think we just ordered backpacks. I think we just ordered, the new Ridge wallet is now out. So I'm trying to stock up the merchandise site so that when women who have Bubba Army in their lives, go and say, I'm going to buy my husband a new Bubba Army Ridge wallet gimmick with a knife. And
what if they want to get their man an OnlyFans subscription for the holidays? How do they do that?
They would go to they would go to my OF. I don't know. I don't really know how you do that, but they would. I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would figure it out. Don't forget Macho Man. I got to send a link to Devin Moran. Devin Moran, the 2025 Lucas Super Late Model Champion of the World. Is supposed to be on the show at 11:30. I texted him yesterday, and didn't hear back, so I hope he didn't stand me up.
Oh, no.
Clem Cush today at about 10:10. And then if you have qualified for BARP, we got the room rate yesterday at $129.
Yeah, I actually was
pretty surprised by that.
I've never heard her just randomly go, holy crap.
Merch Crick worked her magic.
Yeah.
And got a hold of the main salesperson over there, which this hotel is where people prefer to stay because they have a bar and they have a restaurant. So, Lummy, out of all the years, that we've had various hotels around the studio, this one is as close as any of them.
Mm-hmm. Did you lock in the Hampton Inn?
No, I did not lock in the Hampton Inn.
Okay.
The Hampton Inn doesn't have a bar or a restaurant. This one does. And this is also very close to the Dollhouse, Lummy, which is where a lot of, I think last year Warren from the Dollhouse honored, like if you showed your Bubba Army ring or you showed, like he let you in for free.
Yeah, Warren was hooking up a lot of people last year. Yeah.
So the hotel room rate comes with a link. Ashley and the Merch Crick will be getting you that link today. Well, within the end of the week, so that you can book your hotel room for BARP. Remember the Florida teacher that was singing "Happy Birthday to You." You smell.
Live in a zoo?
You live in a zoo. You look like a monkey, and you smell like one too. And she was singing it to an African American girl. Everybody was flipped out, but they were able to go back and find out that this woman sings this song to everybody. Doesn't matter what ethnicity there was. They found footage of her singing it to white kids, to Hispanic kids, to just all different types of kids. And so she was allowed to keep her job.
You think she'll keep singing it?
No, hell no. Probably one of the conditions upon keeping your job is let's go ahead and cut out the birthday party, other than the birthday song, other than the standard, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday little Danny, happy birthday to you. That's fine, that's acceptable. But let's keep the monkeys and the zoos and all that. Let's go ahead and put that one away, okay, buddy? Let me did Lightning, did they end up beating Vegas?
Yes, they did.
They did?
Yes.
Wow, 2 in a row.
Wow. But they lost to the hapless Blackhawks, but they come back and beat Anaheim and Vegas.
Yeah, 2-game winning streak.
And developing in Polk County tonight, an elementary school teacher will remain in the classroom. The school district investigated her after she sang a birthday song to a student. It's a version the child's parent claims is offensive and racially insensitive.
Happy birthday to you. You live in the zoo. You look like a monkey and you smell like one too.
I mean, just singing it to this African American girl is a little cringy.
Yeah, I was going to say the same word, cringy.
It's very cringy. Now, she's gone back and found many a times where she's saying it to somebody other than an African American person, but man, just when they lay it out like that, I was like, oh my God.
But if you take that argument and if you get a white guy that calls all of his friends the N-word, it's cool with them until he rolls up and says that same word to a black guy. And all of a sudden we got big problems.
Give a clap, everybody.
And new tonight, Polk County Schools says they found no evidence that this teacher meant any harm. 10 Tampa Bay News reporter Angelicia Bruton joins us.
I actually I find this refreshing because everybody's quick to cancel you. And there are things in life that are called mistakes. There are things in life that you just do honest, not from a position of meanness or being racial or anything like that. You're just trying to be goofy and a funny teacher. And thank God that she had evidence that she is saying this to other people other than black kids. This is what she sings to everybody. Thank God it worked out for her. You know what I'm saying? Because they're just so quick to cancel you. And it would be easier to cancel this chick than to give her a second break, right?
Yep.
Live from district headquarters this evening. And Angelicia, you have the Human Resources report. Break down those findings for us.
Courtney, Polk County Schools says that the investigation included several interviews with students as well as the teacher, Kimberly Langston.
When you interview a student, I mean, I know you have a kid, Sam. I'm sorry, Seth. That's like 7 or 8. When you interview them, it seems like to me they wouldn't really want to be paying attention to your questions. Like they're distracted and they got other things going on and they couldn't sit down there for an actual formal interview.
They're not quite like puppies. Like some are actually able to, sit down and have a conversation if it was something, along a serious nature. I mean, the kids do active shooting drills once a month. So, I mean, they can get serious if they need to.
They really do.
Oh, yeah, they do it. They do it.
Wow. So that is that one of the reasons why you think that the casualties have gone way down in school shootings, because schools now are semi-prepared for it? Like before, 10 years ago, none of the kids knew exactly what. Like now there's things to do, like let's block the door with all the desks that we can. Let's create a barrier, so that we get behind the desk. Like there's actually a plan, isn't there?
Yes.
So is. Before school shooter reenactments or practice, the kids had no idea. Like you would just listen to your teacher and your teacher could be flipping out, not knowing, because she's not him or her haven't been trained. So I'm assuming in order for kids to do active shooter drills, the teachers have had to go through some courses, to and be taught what the technique or what the protocol is when there's a school shooter. The teachers have to know. So they have to go through these once a month. Wow, back in the day, we just did tornado and that's in fire drills.
No, we also did one other, dude. Remember when we were kids? We were really young kids. We would do nuclear fallout drills. Remember nuclear bomb fallout? We did in Florida.
Might have been kids that lived close to MacDill Air Force Base, but
it was also close to Cuba.
Well, we're not. Indiana is not neither.
Well, I'm sure what they taught us.
We never did nuclear fallout. We just did tornado and fire drill. That's it.
Well, we did nuclear fallout, and I'm sure what they taught us would have really protected us well if there was a nuclear bomb dropped at MacDill.
What was the protocol for nuclear fallout?
Pretty much the same thing as like the tornado. You get low and you cover your head and your neck and
anything
squat
short
down.
of them handing out gas masks, they're not. You're gonna die.
Yeah, come into this leaded basement.
You think that little metal ass desk that you're under is gonna help stop the waffling of the nuclear gas that's coming underneath
the desk?
It's coming into your windows and coming into underneath your door. No, hell no.
All it does is makes the last 30 seconds of your existence without the yelling.
It makes the fact that
because you have a plan. We're good.
The fall from your feet's going to be less than if you fall from your knees.
You could be a glass sculpture of yourself afterwards.
The intent does not erase the impact, but the teacher did not have any ill intent. Received a written reprimand for a lack of judgment in photographing and relaying several student images without parental consent. The policies she violated are student safety and welfare, staff technology, acceptable use and safety, and student records.
Man, you just got to be a teacher, and you just got to teach the curriculum and just keep your mouth shut, not be friendly to any not be any more friendly to one kid than so another. Back when I was going to school, man, the teachers actually had their favorites. Like, realistically, they hated this. Like, we had a guy named Jerry Hyde, and he never took a shower, and he was like, his mom and dad smoked like 3 packs of cigarettes a day, so he would walk in and smell like a Marlboro, and he had like greasy hair and corroded teeth. Well, Mr. Digatano was actually mean to him. Like, he would be actually like, Jerry Hyde, get out of my classroom for talking. And I think he was just kicking Jerry Hyde out of that classroom because he smelled so bad. But then they'd have, Dan, I'm sure you saw it. Teachers back in the day actually had favorites.
They still do. Come on, they still have favorites.
I think in today's world, man, you got to be right down the middle, man.
Yeah, but nobody is. It's impossible for a human to be right down the middle.
Investigation says other videos were shared of the teacher singing happy birthday to students. Langston's written statement says she has been singing this song to students for 22 years. The district says although this is a long-standing practice, she is not allowed to sing this song or film students moving forward.
I don't think that she should be. Where did she post?
She sent them to the parents.
Yeah, she didn't even post it. She sent it to the kid's mom.
Okay, well, that's not bad. Well, maybe the mom and dad don't want their kids being taped in any capacity. Now it's on now it's on the teacher's phone, and it's hard telling what she could do with it.
We say it's a song and it's gone on forever because something.
Don't talk to me about taping. My taping days are over.
Is wrong and it's going on forever. It does not justify it in today's time. And that's where the issue comes in, because if we say to anyone...
Now, is Terrell Hill looking for a money grab here?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, is he looking to sue Polk? I mean, is he...
They were suing the public school system.
I think this would get maybe summary of judgment. I might get thrown out just due to the fact that she's got so much history of doing it, to non-African-American students, that this, to me, this little girl was not singled out, was not called a monkey, was not act like she lived in a zoo, because she's been singing it for 22 years. So they did. I think the mitigating or the one potential issue would have been if she had singled out this African American kid and never done it before. Then, Dan, I think then I think we got a problem. Then I think you got a legitimate claim. But if she's been doing it for 22 years for Black, Latinos, Asians, whites. This is honest to God, like an honest mistake.
Yeah,
it's an honest mistake.
I think
not
it's
a
an
smart
honest
one.
mistake. Even if it wasn't an honest mistake, even if it was, you know, the teacher didn't do it every single time. What are the kids' damages? I mean, is the kid really upset, or did the mom get the kid upset? Because the kid didn't look upset.
Or did
he
Terrell?
had a little smile on his face.
Did Terrell Hill call him up and get them all churned up?
Yeah, if you get them all, you know, get everybody all ginned up about it, then all of a sudden it's a huge problem. But I mean, if you take it for what it was just a fun, silly birthday song. Kid didn't look upset at all; it was smiling, and the teacher thought it was so sweet that she sent it to the parent. You think if the teacher was trying to be racist to the kid, that she would send the same video to the mom?
Yourself. Be like when you're
an idiot.
Be like if you robbed a bank and sent it to the cops.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, I just robbed Bank of America on 3rd and whatever the hell.
Those harmful words, we would find ourselves.
Terrell, go sniff somewhere else, bud.
Yeah, I mean, you know, so many words have been banned. It's just, it's a shame.
Ourselves in a situation where we would be.
Let's listen to this attorney beg for money.
Particularly in the workplace, we'd be sanctioned. And instead, we find a district that tries to justify it.
They're not justifying it. They're saying it was been part of her repertoire for 22 years. Moving forward, she's not going to do any more taping, and she's not going to be singing this song.
But don't destroy her life over it.
No, Terrell Hill wants to. He wants a payday.
Right now, I'm waiting to hear back from the district on whether or not if they plan to meet with the mother to discuss the findings of this investigation. And I just spoke to her attorney, who says they will be mailing a notice of intent to sue to the district.
Yeah, of course.
Live in Polk County, Angelise.
Of course.
And that's why the district won't meet with her now, because she has representation. So they got to meet with the lawyer.
Did you see this?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, this guy. I think this is in California. And in California, you can actually... It's legal to lane surf on a motorcycle or a moped or anything that's two wheels. So like if you're gridlock traffic in California, it's legal for the motorcycle to like go between, you know, the truck and the car beside you. If he can make it, if there's enough room for him to make it, they can do that in California. I don't know what the reasoning would be to allow that, but this guy
deserves to die, but he didn't die, unfortunately.
Right now, it looks like he's but
I'm trying to ask you: do you think he was trying to kill himself?
Oh no, he was in a high-speed chase after he shot and killed a deputy sheriff.
Hold on, so this guy shot and killed a deputy sheriff.
Yeah,
but his hands are completely off the bars. So like, if you're on the run, you want to have full control of your cafe sport bike. Not look. He has no.
He might be trying to grab a weapon,
or maybe he's actually trying to shoot. Maybe this one has got. Maybe this hand's got a gun in it, and he's trying to shoot somebody.
Didn't like literally like 8 seconds earlier, the cop on the Harley tried to like do like a wheel tap on him? I thought I saw a longer version of this video.
Let me see if there's a longer version.
Okay. That's exactly what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Like that guy on the bike, I think tried to tap his wheel earlier.
Believe me, they're going to take that suspect. He's still moving. That is a plus. They are definitely going to take him into custody. It did look like the motorcycle did land on top of him once he was on the ground. Now,
I'm a deputy in Rancho Cucamonga. Oh! And
right now, it looks like he's... Whoa! That's exactly what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Did he, Lummy, earlier shoot and kill a police officer?
Yeah, who was leaving behind 4 kids, and his wife had one in the
hopper.
Yep.
So he had 4 kids, and he was expecting a 5th.
Yes.
And what was it just a simple? The motorcycle guy was speeding, and the motorcycle cop was trying to pull him over, and the guy shot him. Like, is that like what was he guilty of doing?
I don't think the reports have said that I've seen, but they said he after shooting and killing him, he jumped on his motorcycle. And
Saudi Arabia, I mean, I don't even know if I'd feel safe. I mean, I don't know.
You realize that's not what they're building, right?
That's not what they're building?
No. This says it later in the article. They're putting it on the side of a cliff.
Saudi Arabia has unveiled plans to build the first ever floating stadium which will be 350 meters above the desert. They plan to host matches in the stadium during the 2034, is it FIFA?
Yeah.
FIFA World Cup. Saudi Arabia unveiled world's first sky stadium floating 350 meters above the desert. So it's not built like this?
No, it says at the end of the article, by the way, the picture doesn't really reflect what they're building. They're building something on the side of a cliff, which will probably be like a stilt house in L.A.
Man, Saudi Arabia has taken over the world. They really are.
And you know what they're doing it with? U.S. dollars.
Well, how are they getting money from us?
Oil.
Oh.
Our oil habit has created all of these incredibly wealthy countries.
I thought we were oil. I thought we produced enough oil domestically that we didn't have to import oil.
That's happened for moments, but over the last 50 years, we've imported a ton of oil, and so does the rest of the world.
Fact that we, when Biden got into his first day was to stop that pipeline that was 3/4 the way finished. And it came all the way from Alaska and then was going to branch off into Illinois and then run the rest of the way down to the Houston, Galveston area, which is some of the largest. The two largest refineries are like in southern Illinois and in the Houston, the Galveston, Houston area. Those are the two largest oil refineries we have domestically. And we had that big pipeline that we had all the way. It was all the way from Alaska completed.
Yeah.
All the way from Alaska to right there at Illinois, and they were going to bend it and make it go east into the Illinois refinery, and then zip it down south to the Houston or Galveston refinery. And Joe Biden put a stop on that. Did Trump open that back up? Because I think that could be the determining factor as to whether we're less oil dependent and we can get our own oil from, I guess the Alaskan oil wells or was it shale or is it what are they? Fracking. The fracking. I guess we can do a lot of fracking up there. What was that called? I forget. It was
the Keystone Pipeline?
The Keystone Pipeline. Is it open yet?
It looks like it is.
Hey,
it's
Alexa.
set to begin in 2025.
Good morning, Alexa.
Good morning. And happy birthday to actor Joaquin Phoenix, born on this day in 1974. In 2020, he won the Academy Award for Best
All right,
Actor
Alexa,
for
shut
playing
up.
the title role
Alexa,
in Joker.
stop. Hey, Alexa, what's it called?
The Keystone Pipeline.
Is the Keystone Pipeline open yet? Hey, Alexa, is the Keystone Pipeline open yet?
Pipeline Tampa on North Tampa Street, FL 15 in Tampa.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Trump said he met with Canada earlier in the month and said that he'll lower tariffs if they can get the pipeline back up and running.
Well, hold on. I thought the Canadian portion was done.
No, have Canada help bring it down here to the U.S. Have them start working with us on it.
Someone's got to feed it.
Yeah.
It gets fed on the Canada side.
I know, but it gets fed, I heard, supposedly in Alaska.
No, it gets fed with Canadian oil.
Yes.
Oh, well, we better start being a little bit less dickish to Canada. We've treated them like a redheaded stepchild. We've been so mean to them lately.
Are.
What?
They are.
They are what?
The redheaded stepchild. They have almost no resources except a little oil and a little wood. And they have no significant military. They're our bitch, even though they pretend to be Britain's bitch.
When we come back, Trump says that TikTok is set to be finalized by Thursday, which would be making it majority of at least the TikTok that's seen in America is going to be owned by an American company. Does anybody really believe that? Or does somebody think that, that China's playing cute games?
I just hope somebody's still stealing our information.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, they're just not going to relinquish all of their TikTokness to some American company that pays an exorbitant amount of money for it and not have ties to be able to get into, what are we most concerned about? That they steal your information? What are they stealing?
The habits of the 14-year-olds that are watching this.
Oh.
I mean, they still own 20% of it.
So we're not looking necessarily for them to steal my credit card number. They're looking for the habits of Sophia and what she does so they can target her because she's the next generation.
Right, but we're scared of
China,
that. They're really
China is really, really digging us deep where they're not even worried about me and Dan. They're trying to groom Danny and Sophia.
That's right.
They're like, man, Bubba and Dan and Seth, those guys are timed out as far as being able to do anything. But the kids, we can start planting little seeds in there and make them all, pro-China.
And I don't know that TikTok's really planting seeds as much as it is they're just trying to, like Amazon, like Google, like Yahoo, and every other internet-type company, they're trying to harvest, data for marketing. And that is the sin that TikTok's committed.
Well, I forget. I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago, and it's been this way ever since. I saw an article where like 3 or 4 years ago, and again, I think it's continued on, where data is worth more than oil. The overall price that people pay for data exceeded the price that the world paid for oil, and that data is king.
And it's invisible, and it weighs nothing, and it's so simple to transport. That's like
doesn't take big trucks.
No.
Doesn't take big pipelines. Doesn't take big oil tankers. It just takes a click of a keystroke for me to send it, as a folder or a zip file to you, and that's all it takes is just send.
And this is really the root of the controversy for the one half of AI, and that is for AI to be great, it needs access to all information. And so these AI companies are really scavenging and trying to get data on people so that they can be more complete. But the problem is that data is priceless, private, and it's not being relinquished. And so the other thing is, if there's do all the open AI type things, there's ChatGPT, there's Grok, there's all these other ones, do they all get everyone's personal data so that nothing is personal anymore?
Well, I was watching something on TV, and you said if you look at all the 5 or 6 major players in AI, they're all billionaire tech companies.
Yep.
Meta, Google, Elon.
It takes more than an iPhone to power your own AI company.
And they're saying,
it takes hundreds of computers, thousands.
They were saying we may not have the power grid or the power infrastructure to power these 5 or 6 mega AI companies.
Just build another windmill.
I'm just saying. AI's people. I don't think people are flipping out over AI the way you should be flipping out. I think AI is going to end up being a bad thing.
Well, AI it's such an encompassing definition. Like, what really is AI? Is AI just something that can answer a question, or is it something that runs the world? And we have to separate the two.
I think they're in fear of AI getting so good that it replaces jobs. I mean, don't we have an article coming up here today that Amazon's getting rid of 30,000 jobs?
Yes.
Amazon's getting rid of 30,000 jobs. Now, when Amazon and every one of us on the screen, all 4 of us right now, 5 if you count Macho Man. Macho Man uses Amazon every day buying knick-knack, paddywhack stuff for the station. Every one of us utilizes Amazon a lot, and they're getting rid of. You would think that they would be on a mass hiring spree. They're firing 30,000 because of all the robotic technology they have in their warehouses and things like that.
And people as employees are expensive. They have problems. They have personal problems. They have health problems. They need health insurance. And with one of the big controversies on the government shutdown is subsidies to make Obamacare, semi-affordable because the rates are scheduled to skyrocket next month, and people are expensive. So, Bubba, if you can replace 10 people with a robot that's AI, why wouldn't you? As a business owner, but then again, you'll price a wallet at $20. It costs you 13.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a good businessman, and I don't think I want an AI Seth. I like Seth. I like Seth. I like Seth scattered, and I like him like my hash browns at Waffle House.
You can't replace Seth with AI, but what you can do
scattered and smothered.
You can replace the mailman with AI.
Okay, fine. I hate the mailman. I love Seth. I think my business is one of the last to have to worry about AI. You know, because I can't replicate any of you people. I mean,
someone else can.
What if somebody stole, like, next thing you know, a morning show has, like, they've cloned a Seth.
Would this make it like sleeping with his head back, eyes closed?
Yeah, I mean, they've taken some of his more famous poses, and they have the guy ready to go, and with quirky little stuff that likes the Bears and the White Sox, and trading cards. And next thing you know, they got a Seth.
Ain't no Seth but the real Seth.
Yeah, ain't no Seth like the one I got. Prime says to me all the time. All right, we'll get into the TikTok stuff next. Stand by.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I couldn't justify spending $100 on it.
So you can put like your driver's license, your gun permit, you know, like your American Express card, then like a regular card, and then, you know, like whatever else, and then put
a few bills.
And then like, you know, for $100 and the Clip Willie.
I think it's great.
I fucked up on pricing.
Good morning, Jeff Coy.
There's some companies out there that the government is kind of locking down some contracts for that are building these like little nuclear reactors that are like portable nuclear reactors.
Really?
Yeah. I looked at the stocks on it and they're like
skyrocketing. Skyrocketing stocks.
Because they're getting government contracts and then
So you just put like a little nuclear reactor in Africa and then power a city until you build the infrastructure? Just temporarily power a city?
Well, the military's using it to where when they drop, you know, instead of having to build a whole infrastructure of a power, you know, grid.
Oh, after they like decimate an area to go back in and put this temporary area?
Or like in the city or in the desert, they got to set up a camp. They have a little nuclear reactor that.
And that 20,000 people can be sustained off of one little
whole base
truck. Right.
Off a whole base. And it's mobile, so that once they're done, they can just move it. They were able to like get it into like this little little box. So
fuck you.
And then there's another version that's doing it just for the government AI, making like nuclear reactors and things.
Just for AI. But the other thing is cooling. I heard that. I think cooling's a big problem. Good about the movement. Anything?
No.
Merchant $2 well, I didn't see yesterday. Yeah, he did. OG. Yeah, took it to the 18th inning. Freddie Freeman stepped up. Oh, that's nice matcha. yesterday. Garrett Merchant, what's up? We taught it. Hit that thumbs up. Also, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. We'll allow your tips. Send it in. And also get your wallet before the price goes up. Of course. Jeff Corey. Bubba, that's in your email.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Here's over Triple J.
Ian's a pro wrestler. Fuck you. Stacy.
At Diaco Law, we'll take your call. Of course, all lawyers will say they'll take your call, but at Diaco Law, we mean it. If you're in a car or trucking accident and you're injured, or you have been the victim of medical malpractice, call Diaco Law and you'll speak with one of the Diacos. Our names are on the door. We call Tampa Bay our home just like you do. You'll be treated with respect and like a family member at Diaco Law. And Dan and I will work aggressively to get the results you deserve. That's our promise to you. So remember, at Diaco Law, we will take your call. DiacoLaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the
How
Love
about
Sponge
that,
Show.
Danny? Did you like that?
I loved it. Thank you.
I'm starting to incorporate some of our clients as the last part of the stop set so that you'll be on the network, heard on all platforms.
Add value.
So now, does Trump meet with Xi today? Or did he meet with him yesterday? The president of China. Is that today?
I think it is today.
And do you think this TikTok deal, is that you think this is one of the things they'll talk about?
Yeah, they are. That's what their plan is, yeah.
And do you think that, because right now, man, like, I don't know what tariff we really have on China. Because, like, they remember we threw 100%, then they threw 100 on us. And it's just like, you know, we've been playing this tariff Mickey Mouse back and forth tag game. Do you think these two can sit it down and say, hey, listen, you know, we've got to make it more fair for us, because for years and years and years, you know, America is so dependent upon China and manufacturing of goods. You know, we've got to make it a little bit more fairer. And when I come up, you know, I threw 100 on you, you threw 100 on me. Come on, buddy. We got to come up with something. Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to probably be I think that's what most Americans want an answer on with regards to Trump meeting with the president of China. You know, I think that they want, you know, what's the tariffs going to be, and is there anything that I buy on a daily basis that's going to be affected?
Well, have you been affected so far by all these tariffs?
No, I haven't been affected at all.
I mean, they were doing the world is falling threat to us for 7 months about the tariffs, and it seems like most of the deals have been worked out.
Yeah.
Out of Scripps News, White House correspondent Haley Bull. She joins us now with the very latest. And
she needs a no job. She needs to go see Dan for a rhino.
And it looks like Trump's meeting with them. Looks like Thursday.
Yeah. She needs a rhinoplasty immediately. Is that as big of a witch of a nose that you've ever seen?
It's up there, man. It's up there. I'm sure that when she walks, there's people think there's an eclipse.
Where do we stand with regards to TikTok? Because it was very controversial when it first came up, but now it appears that it could be resolved.
It certainly appears that way. President Trump says they may sign a final deal on TikTok this week, and it comes as he is set to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Of course, the issue of TikTok has been a central question in the dialogue between the United States and China. Last month, the president announced a deal on TikTok he says Xi Jinping gave the go-ahead for. And at that time, administration officials described it as protecting data security, giving American investors control of the algorithm, with the majority serving on the board American, as well as the data being stored in the United States. President Trump.
I mean, are we making a bigger deal about this than it really is, or are they having the ability they have now to harvest and collect data of TikTok users? Like, what's that really gonna equate to? Like, what are we afraid of? I mean, that Sophia's information is now in China has it. Like, what does that doesn't do anything. That doesn't scare me.
I agree. They're worried about algorithms, but they weren't worried about the algorithms of Facebook, X, Instagram, or YouTube over the last 5 years.
Yeah, and they continue to
suck your data,
to algae it up.
And they suck your data, and so
it's not a good sucking.
I think this is much. I think this is much ado about nothing. It doesn't really scare me. I think that government officials probably shouldn't conduct official business on TikTok. I think that has been found to have happened, and they should use TikTok on their government phones. Come on, guys, don't be morons.
But
Sammy, do you really care?
Sammy, Danny, and Sophia being on TikTok? What's
like my kid's not on TikTok.
Okay,
but will she be? When she's 12?
No.
You won't let her? She won't let her laugh at little silly TikTok videos that all her friends are posting? Because people don't really bully people that much on TikTok.
But TikTok is huge amongst that age group, and it's like,
all right, then she'll be on TikTok.
No,
she's tough. But Seth,
if that's not what Phoebe and you want, then she won't be on there. If that's what you want.
But Seth, you have a good relationship with your daughter, and if she saw something on TikTok that she thought was strange, was wrong, she'd bring it up to you. She's, you have that kind of relationship with her. TikTok's not going to talk her into doing something self-harm or anything like that.
Is there a lot of bad things on TikTok, though?
It's just stupid.
It is just stupid.
What people think
it's very sexual, is it not?
Yeah, it can be. I mean, it depends on what TikTok wants you to see, because there's loopholes around it. I mean, there's nudity sometimes that TikTok misses, and sometimes they don't miss it.
Yeah, and so sometimes mom comes out of the shower and she's not 100% covered. I mean, it's. I think it's silly. And that chick, once you said something about her nose, Bubba, I couldn't hear anything she said because her nose was talking to me, and she really does have a nose for TikTok.
Did you want to send her a coupon for 25% off a Rhino?
Oh my God, I'd do it for free. Please,
indicating that he expects this to be a part of the discussion between the leaders on Thursday. Listen.
We might. That'll be one of the things we're discussing. Somebody reported it's been approved recently. I mean, we got an original approval from President Xi. I expect we'll have an approval, but I'd rather wait till a couple of days.
None of us care about TikTok. We all care about these tariffs, from cars to whatever the hell we import from China.
And so, Del, one of the questions going forward will be if there is a final approval out of that meeting on Thursday, what changes, if any, there are compared to what we saw announced last month. But this comes as the president is looking to secure a broader trade deal between the United States and China, with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announcing that there is a framework for that meeting with Trump and Xi Jinping, telling the Sunday shows over the weekend he is not anticipating the 100% tariff originally threatened absent a deal, is expecting a deferral on China's more strict rare earth export controls, saying that they agreed on agricultural purchases and for China to help.
Now, Larry, my good friend Larry Plummer, says all the farmers are freaking out up there because they're the one in Indiana.
Okay.
Because there's two main crops in Indiana. There's cattle. There's three. There's there's cattle and pork, there's soybeans, and there's corn. And domestically, the farmers can get rid of their corn because of all the ethanol plants and things like that. So, the corn, but China buys a large portion of our soybeans. And they're not buying any of them right now, which has absolutely decimated the market of soybeans. And there are farmers, Dan, that after they've farmed their 100 acres with the combine and got the beans, that when they go to sell them at wherever you sell your beans, they're losing tens of thousands of dollars, on their crop, because China is no longer, or at least where we are now with the trader, they're no longer buying American soybeans.
Then you've just struck oil, because you've just identified how commodities include everything from gold and oil to soybeans and pork bellies. And when you have commodities like soybeans, which are traded, that have such volatile pricing,
and all the farmers
you could manipulate countries this way.
All the farmers are going to the government now saying, you have to subsidize us because we,
you tank the market.
We usually can, do 100 acres of soybeans and make, $100,000. Well, we just lost 50. Because China's no longer a player in soybeans. So, and we didn't do that to ourselves. You did it. And so it's a big crap storm. And supposedly beef cattle right now is at an all-time high. Like beef cattle is at and they don't know where the market's going to end. Like cattle's like the Wild West. See, when you're up there, you got to know all about the farming deal. And they like cattle, beef. Beef is so high right now that that was in the paper and stuff that they don't see a cap on the market. Like,
why? And what's their reasoning for
I don't know.
Is it the feed is expensive?
Probably.
Gas is expensive?
I don't know.
Or is it that we've killed a lot of cows, or we regulated it too much?
I don't know. I'm not a farmer.
With precursor chemicals.
I'm just telling you what the farmers are saying. I'm a man of the farmers. I'm just not a farmer.
To fentanyl. So certainly expected to be a very substantive conversation.
Oh, and I did talk to one of my friends who's a DEA agent, and he did verify that 80 to 90% of the fentanyl that comes into our country comes from China.
It looks like the number one reason for beef right now is shrinking cattle. Herds.
Okay, was I right on that one?
Yeah, looks like the lowest number since 1950.
All right, let me get myself, because I don't like. A lot of people think that I'm stupid and don't know news stories, which you might be right, but I do know some stuff. I know that cattle's up right now and soybeans are down. Yeah. So give me the soybean story.
Oh, that was it. I was looking up the cattle, and the soybeans are, but
you can only research one. You can only research one agricultural product at a time.
Well, because it says the Midwest farmers are facing some difficult times from soybean, corn, and cattle.
On Thursday between those leaders now.
So all is well despite all of the saber rattling leading up to.
It's not well. We're not doing well with China. I think China just tells us what we want to hear enough to get Trump out of the country, and we can be China can be a hell of a lot more ballsier once he's over here. I don't know. I don't trust China at all.
Nope.
Isn't Russia their number one ally? And South Korea.
North Korea.
North Korea. North Korea and Russia are there two big power players?
Yes.
Dan, I saw this story and I was going to ask you, and it didn't really show the machine and there was no video on it, but it says new breakthrough treatment destroys up to 90% of skin and colon cancer cells in just 30 minutes. Now,
great idea.
I know that you have all types of lasers and Morpheuses, and you can do hair for men, hair replacement. That's been your newest machine that you got. How's that been going?
Good, great. Yeah, I saw a woman that we did it on, and she looked she was so excited.
So there are women that that get into the little bit latter of their ages, and they start getting bald spots, right?
Hair loss is probably 30% represented by women.
Really?
Yeah. probably a third of the people.
A new groundbreaking light therapy could kill cancer cells in 30 minutes. The new method, researchers from the University of Texas at Austin fired infrared light, a type of light invisible to the eye, from LED bulbs at test tubes that contain human skin cancer and or colon cancer cells and healthy human skin cells.
So that's what all those people with the glowing things underneath their white tights have on. I guess they're doing their colon LED lights.
Are you trying to be funny, or I wasn't familiar with people that are sticking glowing test tubes in various parts of their body. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you see it sometimes on your TikTok videos.
The tubes,
the blinking pink light,
also contain nanoscopic flakes of the tin oxide, or SNOX nanoflakes, which were absorbed by the cancer cells. Dan, is this a bunch of nonsense?
No, it's not. It's actually, it makes sense, and it's based on other ways of treating cancer. For instance,
so usually you, like, this brand new stuff will take a shiz on it, but you're saying there's something here?
There is something here. There's something called like photodynamic therapy, where they'll give you a cream on your face that's absorbed by the bad cells, and they'll do like IPL, or intense pulse light, and the cells that absorb that chemical are more sensitive to it. So what they found here is that cancer cells will take up the tin oxide, and then they become more sensitive to external energy like an LED infrared light. And so if you have a group of cells that are bad cells and they preferentially take up the tin oxide, when they're struck by the LED infrared light, they get too hot and they die.
The scientists found that when the light was fired at the cells, the nanoscopic flakes absorbed it and heated it up, turning the microscopic heaters that damaged cancer cells and caused them to die, while leaving the healthy cells mostly undamaged. After 30 minutes, researchers found that the treatment had killed up to 92% of skin cancer and 50% of colon cancer cells, while the healthy cells remained largely unaffected. So how would they have to shoot that up your butt?
Well, that's why it's not going to work for colon cancer, but it should work for skin cancer, because like I said, you're not going to have some glowing LED in your colon
rectum.
or rectum or small bowel that's sitting there for 30 minutes.
But what it wouldn't be, I mean, like, hold on. A test tube, if we were to talk clinically here, and I have to talk very clinically, because you're a doctor and I'm going to talk clinically. But if you took like a radioactive test tube that had some of these cancer-killing gimmicks in it, and you stuck it internally up your rectum,
just swallow it. It'll make it down there.
A pill?
Yeah, if you had a pill. So what you're trying to do here is like we're trying to figure out how to apply LED generated infrared energy to the inside of the colon. Take a pill that's got a switch on it that's Bluetooth, and once it gets past your the area that's not injured,
would you have to hold on? Would you have to sit there underneath an X-ray the entire time?
No.
How do you know once it gets to the colon?
You could do an ultrasound. It would show you.
So I'm saying you're going to have to be monitoring.
Or it really wouldn't matter. But Bubba, really, actually, I'm sorry. It really wouldn't matter, because once it gets in your stomach, you flip it on, and it's not going to hurt anything in the stomach, because the stomach's not taking any of that tin oxide up. And so as it's going through your small intestines, and things travel real slowly through your small intestines, it could be emitting this energy, and the bad cells could be absorbing it. But it only killed half of them.
Like the largest pill I take a day for my nutritional deal is like a fish oil pill, which those tend to be kind of big. Would it be bigger than a fish oil pill?
It doesn't need to be any bigger than like an augmentin. A big antibiotic pill.
Yeah, like a big antibiotic pill.
It doesn't need to be any bigger than that.
And you take that, and then once it gets into your colon, which has cancer, then it starts fighting off the bad guys.
It just creates heat, and it kills the cancer cells. It's a great idea.
Well, why couldn't they do it? Why couldn't they do it like the way they do when they check your colon, a colonoscopy?
Because it needs 30 minutes. And that's just to kill half the cells.
You just stick the rod up your butt, and then once it gets to your colon, you just let it sit there for 30 minutes. And maybe even 40 to get it all, and then you on the way out snip a few polyps here and there. It's a standardized. Could you see, Dan, where this could almost maybe change the colonoscopy business, where all colonoscopy instruments have this radiation tip on the end of it, and not only are you going in for them to check for polyps and things like that for your colon, but once they get up into your colon, then they let it sit for 30 minutes to get rid of any potential cancer, and then they back it out, and you're done.
That could be absolutely a therapy.
I mean, if you're
but
going,
most colonoscopies only last like 15 minutes.
I know, but so they're going to last 45 now, and they're going to go in there and make sure you ain't got no cancer in your colon. Like, I'm under. Listen, you're under.
But you can swallow cameras, the little micro cameras that take this, pictures of your colon. So why do something invasive where you're, risking an anal a rectal or colon perforation, when you can just take a pill and 2 days later, the information is sent to your phone that it's been expelled.
Seth,
it's turned off.
Get ready to take your colon pill, buddy.
I can't wait, man.
Make sure you Bluetooth it on as soon as you take it.
I mean, wouldn't you rather take a pill, Seth, than have colonoscopy?
I'd rather have them both. I mean, if you got to go in for a colonoscopy, you might as well have the instrument be able to do that. Now, if you don't have to go in for a colonoscopy, then you take the pill. But if you have to go in for a colonoscopy, then you use the brand new colonoscopy wand that has the cancer gimmick on the end of it. Right? I mean, you're up there. You're already up there, right?
Might as well.
I get you.
You're already up there. You might as well kill some cancer while we're at it. The research is still in the earliest stages and is likely years away from becoming available. But the team said the study offers hope that, Dan, you need to get into this business. Can you imagine? Got colon cancer? Take a pill.
But colon cancer is huge, and it's deadly, and people die from it. It's a horrible, horrible, horrible disease. But so many people, especially in Florida, have early stage skin cancer. Not necessarily a melanoma, but a lot of it's squamous cells and basal cells. I mean, it's all over the place. We live in Florida.
Probably next to Arizona, we probably are the number one per capita state with cancer, skin cancer or dermatology cancer, that kind of deal.
You could be right. I don't know the actual answer to that, but I'm sure.
So what they do, take like a wand and like let's say you had a little piece of cancer.
You just sit under an LED light. LED lights are not a big deal. You just sit under a light for 30 minutes after they rub the cream on your skin, let your bad cells absorb it.
You mean like a tanning bed?
Yeah, it'd be essentially a tanning bed. Exactly, Bubba. It would be like a tanning panel. It would be, the size of maybe a laptop. And if you have, the precancerous is on your face or cancer on your face.
They just position the laptop so that it's on your face or it's on your ass or it's on the back of your calf
or your shoulder, whatever this suspicious area is.
Right, and they just
you
position
paint it with the pre-stuff, it absorbs it, and then you shine the light on it, and boom, you've killed all your cancer. What a wonderful thing. You have scars, Mose.
Kenny Nelson, who will be on, not this week's podcast, but I think next.
Yes.
$20 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. I think tomorrow's podcast is the counterfeiter, Jeff Turner. Am I right on that or no?
Yes, you are correct.
So let me, I feel like I just told you some news that you didn't know prior.
No, I was doing a little research on that, trying to find that video on the cancer thing. Sorry.
On the skin cancer, as far as the top states that have it, it says Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Vermont, and Minnesota.
Hold on.
It also says high skin cancer rates are in Idaho, Iowa, Washington, New Hampshire, and Alaska.
Florida's not even mentioned?
Wow.
Yeah, Florida looks like it's pretty
Must
low.
be all that snow that reflects off the snow and gets you. Or something. I don't know.
There's also, Bubba.
I don't know, Steph. Like, maybe those guys are. I can't even
know about. Maybe we know about the sun a little bit more being in Florida. I don't know.
You know what? You're probably right. We're probably a little bit more proactive on the sun here than they are down there.
Frequent burning is more of a risk than chronic sun exposure. So when you're chronically in the sun, like we are in Florida, you're tan. and tan helps, protect your skin. But if you're from Vermont and you're white 10 months a year, and then 6 or 8 weeks a year, you go out, you get black, like the kids do in the Northeast. I see it in Jersey. I went with this girl that was she was a ballet dancer from Philadelphia, and she was a smoke show. And on the beach, she was so hot. And then I met up with her in the winter. I'm like, who is this person?
Hi.
She went from the hottest girl in the world to like an anorexic ghost. It was gross.
Tan fat looks better than regular fat. Hello.
All day long, baby.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, guys. I wanted to chime in a little bit about this whole colon thing. My mom is getting ready to get a colonoscopy done this Friday, and we met with the doctor because we're worried about cancer and stuff. And what they have now is they have a pill that has cameras in it. And what you do is you do the regular colonoscopy.
That's what we talked about. We talked about having
the camera.
You swallow this camera.
And it takes a picture of the inside of your intestines.
Okay. All
Takes
right.
a lot
I
of
missed
pictures.
on that one. But yeah, I figured if they got the camera, they can
she's
throw
going
a light in on it.
Hold on. So she's going in for a colonoscopy, on Monday?
Friday.
And when do they advise her to take the pill? Like Wednesday? Tuesday?
Well, actually, they're going to go in first, do the traditional look around, and then afterwards, they're going to do the pill after they get in the regular way. So then they're going to throw the pill kicker afterwards, probably the following Monday, and then have that process and match up with whatever they've seen from the other way.
And Bubba, the colonoscopy only sees your colon, whereas the pill starts at your stomach and works its way all the way down, including the small intestines, which are, 20,
so it looks like
30 feet.
we have that technology now where you swallow a pill and it'll tell you what your insides, look like. And, because I don't think do we have a rod that goes all the way down your mouth and goes through all your intestine? I don't think we do we?
An extended EGD will sometimes go into the first part of your small intestines, the duodenum, but doesn't go past there. And your small intestines are 20, 30 feet long. So there's a lot of real estate to cover.
Do you think Shaq's small intestines like more than the average dude? Like, like the bigger you are, the maybe more feet you have of small intestine, or do we all got the same?
The
anyway,
bigger
sir,
you are, the more you got.
Anywhere, sir, thank you for your call. So the bigger that you are, the more that you'll have. Just kind of like your penis.
Well, I mean, it depends on where the growth
no, but I mean, the bigger you are,
not
the bigger chance you got a big. I mean, you don't think Shaq's got a big old hog on him?
Well, I'm not going to go into that because I know what the rumors were when I was in Louisiana while he was playing it in Louisiana, and I was at LSU, and there was rumors about the opposite of that.
Okay. Yeah, we're not
more
getting
of
into
like
that.
a famous shortstop from the Yankees.
Derek Jeter?
I'm not saying that you hit it, ding, 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 but I'm not. But there's the rumors.
Dan's
float.
quite the penis size
Well, there's only two guys I know of in the last 20 years, and those are the two. Those are two of the people that I've heard rumors allegedly.
What kind of groups are you hanging out with? You guys are talking about guys' dongs.
Yeah, like I don't.
The big dong group.
So, Chad Chronister yesterday had a press conference talking about how half of his support staff has been fired. There's all this cheating. It looks like he's really in cover his ass mode right now. I think he's going to be okay. He's an elected position. Where I think he might have exposure, and people aren't talking about this. It's probably not illegal. But if you go to Sunbiz and you look up his corporation, I think it says it's an arms and ammunition manufacturer or broker or something like that, and that 2 or 3 of his guys that had to resign amidst the cheating scandal, they were listed as ambassadors or owners of this company that he owns with his father-in-law, Eddie DeBartolo Jr. I don't know that that's a good look for the sheriff per se, that you own this type of company and that the people that have cheated in your upper management you've put in place as admins or owners. And it seems like nobody's really covering that at all.
I think it would be worse, Bubba, if he owned like a piece of the jails that he was sending people to. You know what I mean? Or getting kickbacks from the jails like some of the judges were back in the day. There was a judge up in Pennsylvania that got in all kinds of trouble because he was getting kickbacks from the jails for putting kids in long-term sentences in these like kid homes.
No.
But you know, I think a sheriff having a side ammo company doesn't seem unethical to me.
Well, I mean, it would be interesting to see if that ammo company did business with Hillsborough County.
Oh, I mean, if they're selling bullets to Hillsborough County, then arguably yes, that would be a problem.
I'm not alleging that. I'm not alleging that Hillsborough County uses any of its services. I would think that Chad would be smarter than that. But let's not forget this. You know, Trump is like an elephant. He doesn't forget. Mm-hmm. And Trump, you know, at first asked him to be the DEA guy. Chronister politely declined. There's been rumors as to why he declined because some of the rumors being, I don't know this to be true, but word on the street was that he was afraid of the vetting. And then once he withdrew his name from the DEA consideration, Trump flipped on him and said that he didn't withdraw, that Trump canceled him. And because he didn't like the way Chronister handled this particular preacher during COVID and arrested a preacher during COVID. And Trump didn't like that. That was Trump's excuse. Well, don't think that Trump probably, Chad Chronister, Dan, probably isn't on Trump's best buddy list right now. So, Trump. But here's the deal. He can't make a call to Bondi because Bondi's in that whole good old boy, Susie Lopez, Mark Ober, DeSantis. Don't forget that. Pam Bondi most recently was the attorney general for Florida. So it's just it's like kind of like what my documentary or the documentary that's features me. It's the Good Old Boy Network. And this might be the highest entity of all. Don't forget Trump pardoned Eddie DeBartolo Sr.
Well, and DeBartolo Jr. is like a junior. And the DeBartolo families are pretty liberal families.
Very.
So the whole thing is confusing to me. But you are right that Chad Chronister did not become the FBI director and
the DEA.
Or DEA, the head of the DEA, and I'm sure that created a little bit of angst.
Right.
But I also understand, I think the call to service is noble, but the problem is if you do anything that is associated with Trump, you're now opening yourself up to just literally like national harassment.
But you also, when you tell Trump no, how does that usually work out for you?
It usually doesn't work out well either.
Right. So,
but he also doesn't want to be, convicted by a House committee because he did something with Trump 4 years from now.
I understand. So, he's in a pickle, and then Trump can't really tell Bondi to go after him because Bondi's his boy, right? They're all intertwined. DeSantis, Bondi, DeBartolo, Chronister.
They're friends. They're all friends.
Susie Lopez.
They're all friends.
It's a mess. And I think Chronister, has so much power. And the DeBartolo, listen, the DeBartolos run this town. And I never thought in all the years of me living here, I would be able to say that one person, back in the days, you could say that Santos Trafficante ran this town, right? He ran this town. Mm-hmm. Well, there's a new one. There's a new guy that's been running this town for about 20 years. And his name's Eddie DeBartolo Jr. He fast-tracked Chad to be the sheriff. Once you got the sheriff in your back pocket and he's your brother-in-law,
son-in-law.
I'm sorry, your son-in-law. You're untouchable. Let me. Who's that? Is that our detective guy?
No, I thought it was, but they want to talk about the Chronister thing.
They do?
Yes.
All right, hold on real quick, and then I got to go to words, and then I'll come back with it on the backside. Hello.
Yo, Bubba, what's up, brother? Good morning.
Good. How are you, sir? Go ahead.
Fantastic. Touching on the whole thing with Chronister, man, he's what we call a rhino, if you didn't know that. And a lot of people probably don't know that, but he gave a lot of money to the Democratic Party. So not to get too political with it, but that's one of the reasons why he's got a black eye.
Here's the thing, though. If Eddie DeBartolo Jr. is such a rhino and given so much money to the Democratic Party, how did he get a pardon from Trump on that gambling problem he got into in Louisiana when the governor got jailed and he got pardoned by Trump? So if he's a rhino, how did he get pardoned?
Not DeBartolo. Talking about Chronister.
Listen to me. They're both the same. They're both the same.
Yeah, true.
They're both the same, my friend. What Eddie is what Chad is what Eddie is what Chad is. Period.
Okay, yeah.
All right, man. I appreciate it. No really information that I didn't already know. Thank you, sir. Back with the Chad story next. Hold on.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
What's up, retarded King Powers, about salary, outstate, mechanic, Gene, almost divorce lawyer, Xerxes, Calgary, CC Hall, Gordo, OG Dowell. Jim, Roderick. Katie's old. IYKYK. Bobo. Yes, like UV light kills bacteria. Exactly. Those chemicals. Fuck you.
Dan, if that's not the hottest bitch on TV, who is?
That sportscaster that I talked about before.
No. She can't hold fucking. Look at that. Oh.
But I sent you a.
Jack of the Doll.
I don't know if you want to watch it before, if it's anything, but it's on the Charge Chronister. Kind of like you were saying, the private businesses that are the one that the guy kind of breaks. It's a short, but he breaks it down a little bit. Some of the backstory.
Showed up.
Okay.
Traded.
I'll play this before.
Okay.
Decap.
There's a whole lot of
Woods.
cheating going on. I'm not talking about the untrustworthy 6. I'm talking about the Decron 4. What is Decron, you ask?
You're smart. I gotta call you the police. Goes to profiles. Pass. It's a black eye count. Rugged white male Miami.
There's a whole.
Not quantum. Jerkism. Some class. Miss A. Watley. Upstate Quack. She's a great person. I like her. She's super nice to me. Like Mofo, M48 fan. Dude, bro said, Jayfish. Jesse, the old man, Steve. G Funky Bass. She's 60. So it's the same right there. Iggy, good morning. Big Red, if you're listening, good morning. Creatine. So. Mad Mike, I agree. Pardon?
Guessing that's an invite only group. How do you get in the
call?
Yeah.
You're gonna let me?
The entry, he's gonna.
You call, you make it in.
Yes, yeah. I got him.
6'5", dude, you're in.
You got it. I'm not hanging out with SHAU.
No.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Don't forget to go to Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army shop. And for today only, this is the new Bubba Ridge wallet. Is $19.99. I completely just mispriced this thing after going to the marketplace and seeing what these things go for, especially one that like mine, which is very similar to a Ridge, that has RID protection and a whole 9 yards. I don't know how. Merch Crick and I got in an argument about it because I was tired. And she just does at the end of the day what I say. I said, just make it $19.99. And she's like, you don't understand. I'm like,
You must be a joy to live with.
So, and that's, hello, Pot. I'm Kettle. How you doing? How you doing over there, Kettle? Are you black? I am. Are you? Yeah. Like we're both.
That's how I know.
I know. Like we're both joys to live with. Please, my Lord. Our significant other should be given Nobel Peace Prizes. So anyway, Lummy, after today, whatever we have left, it's going up to $29.99. That's a more competitive marketplace. That's what they really, and even at that, that's $10 off the lowest price one I can find. So at midnight tonight, if we have any left, they go to $29.99. And if not, I'm going to probably have her order some more for Christmas time. I'm a little concerned. I just got some information from Macho Man. And let me, Big Woody, our Big Woody, Brad James.
Great guy.
He's the operations manager at Genesis. Been with me since my first day at the Power Pick, 93.3 FLZ, September of 92. Met him then. He was the production director for J-Corps at the time. I've known him all my radio career in Tampa, and I work for him now at Genesis Broadcasting, over here at AM 820, and then our 96.7 and 98.3?
Yeah.
I think something like that.
Is everything okay?
No.
Oh.
Dan, he's in the hospital. He took himself to the hospital. He had a blood pressure of 210/120.
That's pretty high.
What does that mean?
That means he's got, malignant hypertension, and it needs to be treated because he has a risk of a stroke.
At what numbers does a guy start stroking? And I'm not talking about Clarence. I'm not talking about Clarence Thomas.
I'm talking about
Clarence Clemens. What was that song? Let me stroking. You be stroking. Remember that?
Yeah, stroke it.
Wow. So when you got to start worrying about stroking and not the good kind.
They start getting scared when you're above 180 systolic, and the diastolic anything above 110, 120.
So he's 210/120.
That's scary. That's anything over 200 over 120 is like you go to the hospital.
Brad says he thinks they need to change his medication and maybe not and stop working for Genesis because it's so high pressure.
Clarence Carter is
Clarence Carter. Yeah, let me clear my throat. Remember that? No, that
yes.
didn't. That was sang by some. What was the "Let Me Clear My Throat" song? Who was that? God, I used to get girls on the dance floor like you wouldn't believe. Oh my God, I don't even know what. Anyway, somebody sent this to us, as I was going to go right into my Chad Chronister. He had a press conference yesterday addressing the scandals that are happening right now in the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department. Let me make sure I say this. And to all the road deputies and all the, like I know this, I know Bob Gudatari, I know Grady Judd, I know Chris Nacco, I know the guy in Sarasota, Manatee. I know the guy in Hernando County. I am very pro law enforcement. This show has donated over $1 million cumulatively to the widows of fallen first responders. So, if you would happen to get into a situation where you would lose your life in the line of duty, my foundation would be there to write your widow a check. And I most recently have done it with, let me remember the Pinellas County guy that got ran over by a front-end loader by an immigrant worker.
Yep.
I got his wife, went over there, made sure his wife was taken care of with a check. And then remember the young kid that in Polk County that died in a shootout, the really good-looking young kid?
Yeah.
That I had to cut a promo on the Miami Gardens guy that was looking at bikini shots.
Yep.
Made sure his wife got a check. So I'm there for you guys, man. I got your back. But sometimes your leadership is a little questionable. And I don't usually ever question a chief of police or sheriff in fear of upsetting the boys. I always just want to make sure that the guys on the road, the men and women that are actually doing the job, that I'm in good standing with them, not necessarily managerial, but I've never really had a problem with the sheriff or a chief of police. I had a problem with that one bitch that was a chief of police from Tampa, Lummy, when she was trying to flash her badge and get out of, remember that?
Yeah, over in Clearwater.
And to Jane Castor's...
Are you talking about the golf cart caper?
Yeah.
The drunk golf cart caper?
Yeah. I didn't like her. And Jane Castor, actually, that was one of the things that she's done right.
She was a good chief of police.
Did you see
she didn't do anything wrong.
Where Bob Buckhorn is going to run again, and he's already raised $1 million?
You need someone to run against
Jesus, you narcissistic, snaggletooth piece of shiz. I mean, Jesus, you already did 8 terms. You already did 8 years, 2 terms, timed out. I guess if you sit one out, you can go do another 8.
Well,
God, I hate
Dick Greco tried to go for 5.
Well, whatever. Dick Greco is way better of a man than Bob Buckhorn.
Do you know the difference was? And Rob Elder, explained it when he first got here to Florida, to Tampa Bay.
Who, Dick Greco?
No, Rob.
Oh, Rob.
And he opened up his car dealership. Dick Greco called him up personally and said, "Welcome to Tampa. Let me know how I can help you." Bob Buckhorn did not do that to anyone else. Bob Buckhorn did not do that to anyone. He wasn't a guy that was trying to welcome progress and new businesses. Instead, he was a guy that was more concerned with grandstanding on obscure issues and identity politics.
And denying our purchase of the Jackson home.
Right, exactly.
That was his number one, thing he did to me.
And what does that accomplish? That's accomplished the Jackson house being destroyed even further, becoming more of a disaster, more of an eyesore. And for the last 8 years, it could have been serving the underprivileged African American community in that area, and being a point of pride for both Tampa as well as the African Americans that patroned that place over the last 60 years.
All right, so before I run the Fox 13 Chad Chronister softball, somebody told me to play this. This gets into, I think, the ownership of that particular company that I spoke of.
Yes.
There's a whole lot of cheating going on. I'm not talking about the untrustworthy 6. I'm talking about the Decron 4. What is Decron, you ask? Well, it's a portmanteau. It's like when you take fog and smoke and you make smog. It's a play on words. It's DeBartolo and Chronister put together. Decron sounds like a bug spray, but it's a safety solution company, according to Sunbiz. It's comprised of Sheriff Chad Chronister, Under Sheriff Thomas St. John, Charles Keene, a retired detective for Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and Anthony Kohler, who's an active deputy with HCSO. This is the only safety solution company I've ever seen that has a Type 7 FFL, which allows them to manufacture and sell Second Amendment items. There's nothing illegal about any of these men owning a private company or any of them having an active FFL. The question is it an ethics violation for Chad Chronister to be in business with two of his subordinates, i.e. Under Sheriff Thomas St. John and Anthony Kohler? It's the sheriff's job to discipline and promote his subordinates. But do these two men, Thomas St. John and Anthony Kohler, have an advantage over the other HCSO employees? Decron Safety Solution lists the same address as DeBartolo Development, the company that Chad Chronister...
By the way, let me just run around the street.
Yes,
4401 West Kennedy, 3rd floor. Oh. Seth, I think that's right across the street from where we got our smoothies that one time. when we mopeded on down there. Yeah.
His father-in-law, Eddie DeBartolo, is listed as the CEO. There's no website for Decron Safety.
DeBartolo Management.
Safety Solution, and the sign out front of West Kennedy Boulevard doesn't say Decron Safety Solution on it. It does say DeBartolo Development. Neither Thomas St. John or Chad Chronister listed Decron Safety Solution on their ethics disclosure.
That's a little bit of a problem, isn't it, Dan?
That's the only problem that I've seen so far. I don't know that if a principal and one of the teachers had a lawn business on the side, I don't know if that would be unethical.
I think if you make your favorite teacher your one of your owners of the corporation, and your favorite teacher gets promoted, because of the relationship they have with you in the private sector, that could be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Decron Safety Solution offers more questions than answers. This isn't the first time Chad Chronister and Anthony Kohler have made headlines. During a campaign event, Anthony Kohler was on duty, and he asked a reporter to leave. The event was for Chad Chronister himself. Anthony Kohler being...
Somebody told me that last election for Chronister, it was $50,000 a plate. And that was only to get a picture with him. Can you look that up, Lummy?
Yeah.
And I thought maybe I read where if 50,000 was the old number, and if the new number was 100,000, and in order to get a picture with Chad, and who the hell is Chad Chronister? For 100,
I mean, like Imagine Dragons there or something, or was it just him?
I don't know if Foo Fighters are there or what. I mean,
on duty at a campaign event violated Florida law. And once more, Eddie DeBartolo was involved, this time allowing people to take pictures.
Here we go. Let me right here. Here we go.
Yeah.
Watch this.
If you donated $50,000 to the campaign. And as I was...
There you go.
So,
putting the story
I'm sorry. Are you getting pictures with DeBartolo or with Chronister?
Chronister.
Oh.
Hold on, let me see here.
He asked a reporter to leave. The event was for Chad Chronister himself. Anthony Kohler, being on duty at a campaign event, violated Florida law. And once...
Here we go. Chronister himself attended this event, an event which promised attendees pictures of themselves with a convicted felon and his bling if they donated donated $50,000. That's the amount you would get. That amount would get you pictures with convicted felon Edward J. DeBartolo and his 5 Super Bowl trophies. So for $50,000, you could get a picture with Eddie DeBartolo Jr. and his 5 Super Bowl trophies.
Okay, I thought it was a picture with Chad.
Eddie DeBartolo was involved, this time allowing people to take pictures if you donated $50,000 to the campaign. And as I was...
By the way, he didn't have anybody run against him last. Here's what I don't understand. Why am I donating $50,000 when you don't have an opponent?
He had an opponent at some point. I don't know if it was like a primary or whatever, but if you remember, I mean, all of Hillsborough was covered with his signs. Like
everywhere.
He had a couple of people that obviously worked over, at Cox at the time, and anybody that was associated with the DeBartolos was put to work and needed to go out there and put up Chad Chronister for sheriff signs.
Yeah, so I think maybe he had an opponent in the primary, but for the general election, I don't think he had an opponent.
Putting this story together, a whistleblower reached out about more questionable behavior by HCSO employees, this time out of Sun City Center. Jeffrey Mary is the community resource officer for that area. They showed me text messages. I can't show them to you because there's an active investigation going on. However, the text messages show that Jeffrey Mayer was asking for free games of golf for himself, friends, and HCSO high command. It's unclear who
what's
in
interesting,
high...
Bubba, is that Chronister did return money that if you donated to his campaign after he won, he had surplus, he did return it to some of his donors.
Command, Jerry Mayer.
I think that's the legal thing that your campaign has to do. That's within the Florida election, because when I ran for sheriff, I didn't have any extra money. But if I had, you can donate it back to the Republican Party or donate it, try to figure out which one of your donors, would be most deserving, or split it equally, or there's some type of bylaw that's made for that if you have excess money.
Was getting free games of golf for. I'm told the investigation has been going on for 3.5 months without answers. The only good news that has come out of this cheating scandal is there might be 6 new job openings in a tough market. We thank you for watching FCNN. We couldn't do it without viewers like you. We would like to remind you that all of our stories...
Thanks. Here is the story that Fox 13's running.
Roc County Sheriff's Office are gone after an academic cheating scandal. Today, the sheriff discussed the results of an internal affairs investigation that revealed several high-ranking officials on the command staff cheated on academic coursework. Fox 13's Kylie Jones is joining us live with the latest.
See, I think he acts like he's going to act like he didn't know anything about it. Going to throw the book at these people. And in the actual headlines read, Sheriff says employees paid a high price in academic cheating scandal, their careers. Well, how much did you know about it?
In the investigation, Kylie.
Well, Haley, the sheriff denied knowing anything about what he called a paper writing service.
Look at her left eyebrow. It looks like she didn't put enough glue on her left eyelash, and it's kind of flipping out there. Yeah. It's waving at me.
But more than 6,000 pages of files revealed a pattern among some of the agency's top officials using this so-called paper writer to ultimately help bolster their resumes. Sheriff Chronister says they paid the price with their careers.
Do you think Chronister's a little freaked out right now that this could continue on and go federal?
Problem is you could argue it's defrauding, and I'm sure there's, electronic communications, which flips it up to a federal problem.
Right.
6 of
and you told Trump no on the DEA. Let's not forget that.
But I don't know that this really affects his ability to manage the Hillsborough County as sheriff, and he's done an excellent job of that. Hillsborough County is a safe place. I feel safe in Tampa Bay.
I'm not saying either. I have too many friends in the agency. I just
you don't feel safe in Tampa Bay.
Recently, I got screwed by the system yet again. You know that. Mm-hmm. And I'm just very pissed off about that, which was an absolute slam dunk of a case that I got Bubba factored. And the connection.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Command staff are off the force, and their careers in law enforcement are over after an investigation into
supposedly, like when you've done something this egregious in law enforcement, they put you on this certain kind of like almost like a no hire list, and you can not work as you probably couldn't even be the sheriff of Lake City, Florida.
You're pretty much banned.
You're done. Kind of like the same list we got put on for radio.
Academic cheating.
There's no one in this office, including me, that's irreplaceable.
It all began in July.
Well, that could come back and bite him in the ass.
With a tip revealing screenshots of emails between Chief Deputy Anthony Collins and a so-called paper writer named Robert Rausch. Chronister says Collins admitted that Rausch wrote papers as part of his coursework for the FBI National Academy. Collins resigned before a formal investigation could be launched. HCSO later launched a broader internal investigation into academic dishonesty.
We even flew investigators up to New Hampshire to meet with the paper writer and interview him, where he admitted.
Now, is he going to be like, shouldn't he be facing some charges?
Who, Chad?
No.
The Roush guy.
The paper, the guy that cheated for all these people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, federally. You know, he's at the FBI building in Quantico, Virginia, writing these well, he's not probably in the facility, but he's writing these papers that are going to be graded and looked at by the FBI, and then they're going to give their checkoff on this undersheriff. You know, they're going to give their federal checkoff on him that he's, you know, good. And so the person that cheated for him, is he going to get away scot-free? Did he do? I mean, that seems like fraud to me, does it not? On both, like one on the person that's getting on the former undersheriff, colonels and other, but also the people that took the tests.
Well, I don't think they were taking the tests. I think they were writing papers for him. And so the person writing a paper for somebody else wouldn't probably necessarily get in trouble. But if the person used a fake ID to enter a test and take an actual test for someone, like taking the SAT,
I don't think they did that.
That absolutely would be criminal.
This was just like a ghostwriter.
Yeah, I don't know that he'd be
on a paper that these 6 people. On papers that these 6 people turned in as a consideration for them to be promoted within Chad's agency.
Yeah, but again, you know, this guy wrote the paper. He didn't defraud anyone. He just wrote a paper and was paid to write a paper. I don't know that he'd be in trouble.
But how about the deputy? How about the undersheriff fraudulently submitting this?
That person should be in trouble
as a consideration for a promotion that he got. That got him X amount of tens of thousands of more dollars, you know. I
see a crime there. I see a potential crime there. I don't see a crime for the guy that actually wrote the paper.
That's like saying, you know what, you go into a 7-Eleven and you rob it, but I'm your getaway driver. We both get in trouble. Just because I'm driving you, I didn't have the gun and I didn't go into the counter, you did, but I drove you.
You could argue you're conspiring to defraud the entity that you faked the paper for, but also the guy could say, you know, the guy asked me to write a paper on, you know, X, Y, and Z, and I did it.
I did it for 5 other deputies. Can't you see a pattern? I'm in the fraudulent paper writing business.
Writing paper.
I think writing's not illegal. Submitting it as yours is the illegal
for
step.
every one of the employees involved.
More than 6,000
All right, hold on. What did he say here? I was blabbing my fat
pages
mouth.
of files revealed more
investigators up to New Hampshire to meet with the paper writer and interview him, where he admitted writing papers for every one of the employees involved.
More than 6,000 pages of files.
Boy, he really wore his Mac Daddy uniform to show
nice and shiny.
to show the strength. You know what I'm saying? Like he didn't have sometimes I see Chad Hill like a casual polo on that says like the sheriff, which is kind of cool. But he went full out here. He wants people to know that, you know, he's the sheriff. He's Mr. Johnny Powerful.
Revealed more high-ranking officials cheated on coursework for other academic classes with the help of Roush.
None of them, Lummy. None of the media is going to get into the Decron Industries, firearm and ammunition potential manufacturer. Nobody's going to get into that.
Nope. They were my trusted advisors. They were the individuals responsible for driving the culture, policy, procedure, and establishing this level of professionalism.
Emails revealed conversations between Roush and some of these officials talking about completing assignments. In some cases, metadata on some of the files showed Roush was the author.
He was the author of these papers. A lot of people ask me, do you think he was a tutor? He may have been a tutor, but what we do know at this point is some people took it too far.
Captain Laura Rivera and Colonels Christopher Rule and Michael
Colonel, that's super high up, man. That's like a $200,000 a year job.
Hannaford resigned. Captains Zuli Stearns and Marvin Johnson were fired.
What occurred here was not about a lack of ability or care. It was a shortcut, a moment of poor judgment.
On your tab. On your tab.
A choice that, while wrong, was not malicious.
Amidst this, the sheriff's office got a different complaint about double dipping, clocking in at HCSO and clocking off-duty hours at the same time. The sheriff
How much did that cost the taxpayers?
sheriff says they discovered Major James Jackson accepted gratuities and violated several procedures. Jackson announced his retirement at the beginning of the month, but Chronister says he would have been terminated.
We have almost 4,000 employees. The actions of a few will never define the professionalism of this agency.
The state attorney's office confirmed that those top
Oh, she ain't doing nothing. State attorney's office ain't doing nothing.
officials who were involved in the academic dishonesty investigation have been placed on the Brady list, meaning their credibility could be called into question in court, ultimately meaning this could potentially impact cases that they're involved in.
Yeah, Dan, that's the bigger deal, where these fraudulent Hillsborough County Sheriff's employees, how many people did they put in jail? How many times were they the arresting officer or testified in court against a bad guy? And now you can probably call into question their credibility.
Well, the whole thing when you're trying to create a defense is you want to poke holes and in the credibility of your witness and impeach them by making them look like they're not a reliable witness. And if you're, convicted of a crime of dishonesty and, getting caught cheating on a work, application, that's a crime of dishonesty. And so you'd have to disclose that, and that would impeach the testimony of the officers when they're trying to testify against a potential criminal defendant.
How many of these cases are there?
Well, these guys are upper level. They're not arresting people.
Hold on, Dan. During their career, they started out as a slick sleeve. They just didn't, get fast-tracked like Chronister did because DeBartolo wanted him to be the next sheriff. These people spent 10, 15, 20 years on the streets as deputies and as, corporals and as sergeants that arrested a lot of people. So it doesn't matter how long ago they arrested you. If you're still in jail based on one of these officers having done, either the arrest or part of the investigative part of you being in prison, I think,
You think there's going to be grounds for an appeal?
Your Kevin Hazlett could certainly roll up in there.
I don't think getting convicted of a crime of dishonesty 5 years after your trial is going to affect the outcome or be enough of a trigger to get an appeal.
I disagree.
Sheriff Chronister was also
doubt it. I'd like to
asked
see that one.
why not bring in an outside agency to investigate this? Well, he said an agency like the FDLE or the FBI wouldn't have access to any more emails or information than his office.
No, he wants to keep it in-house so that he can keep his thumb on it.
Had access to. The sheriff says
It's
at
a
this
cheating
point he
scandal,
doesn't believe
Bubba.
anyone else was involved in this.
Arguably, nothing was stolen. There's
Kylie
no
Jones
drugs
reporting.
involved. No one got injured. There's no one raped.
No, but how many
cheating.
How many people got overlooked that wrote their own papers and, got overlooked for these people that cheated? I'm just saying.
I get that.
Don't talk
I
about
get that.
cheating
But,
scandals.
okay, Kettle. Kettle, you never cheated in high school, college,
no,
or anything
hold on.
like that?
You didn't let me finish.
Okay.
I got wrapped up in a cheating scandal that pretty much ruined my life.
Yeah, but that's a different kind of cheating.
No, it's not. Cheating's cheating.
Oh, that cheating. You're talking about the different scandal.
Yeah.
I thought.
Yeah, I got caught. I did.
Right. I know what you're talking about now.
So don't even think about arguing this with me because I got the death penalty. I got the SMU, Craig James, Eric Dickerson death penalty in radio is what I got. And it just, I don't know. I feel very strongly that, if your leader, if this is happening on your leader's tab, it's easy for your leader to back out of it like he is now. I would feel more comfortable if another agency or the FBI would step in and investigate this. For Chronister to say no, my agency's going to investigate it, shows me impropriety in itself.
I agree. It should be looked at. And I agree with you, Bubba. It should also probably be looked at by an outside agency because the inside agency is biased, especially since literally half of his cabinet, like you've described it, has been implicated in this, and his business partners. So I think this is a problem for Chad. I hope we get to the bottom of it quickly, and
we're gonna get to the bottom of it quickly. Nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah.
He's a DeBartolo. Nothing's gonna happen. Eddie DeBartolo's already made the phone calls. Nothing's going to happen. He'll keep his job and have it for as long as he wants it, just like they fast-tracked him, to be the sheriff. He got fast-tracked faster than anybody in the history of the sheriff agency. Ridiculous. When I return, we'll get into the Jay-Z stuff. Stand by.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
What's up, John Costica? Johnny K. Dirt Merchant, Willie. Buckwheat 4390, 79 months. That's true. Heavy Shark Joker.
Well, I agree with Pippi that he shouldn't be investigating himself.
Morning, Pepper Crown.
It should be an outside investigation.
Thumbs up.
I don't think that's an unreasonable strategy here. Good morning, Dirt Merchant. John Costica.
The text I'm going to send you will show you a lot of what I'm talking about.
Going to me?
Yes.
Okay.
You don't know Jake. Which one? The better one, Sniz. Carter. Alright, Miss Watley. Carter. First Sally Carter. Sister, first one related. Your card over there, Miss Watley. Nick the gun guy. Grouper lips. Alright. I didn't stay up to the 18th, did you? Watch Freddie Freeman get a walk-off. That's why there's the What time did it actually get done? What time did it get done, sis?
And for a reliable and professional landscaping service in the Tri-County area of Pinellas, Hillsborough, or Pasco, look no further than Average Joe Landscaping Services. They're the ones that do the Bubba Army Studios. Our team of experts ensuring that your property looks its best year-round. Contact us today at our website, averagejoetampa.com, to schedule a consultation and see how Average Joe can transform your outdoor space. And don't forget to mention Bubba Army for 15% off. averagejoetampa.com. 15% off if you mention Bubba Army.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Clement Cush today, about 10:10. Then Devin Moran, the Lucas late model points champion, at 11:30. Although, I sent him probably those big-time dirt racers, they don't get up until about 9 or 10 o'clock.
Yeah, he's probably...
And the season's over. So they're just, taking the car apart, getting ready for next year. I think they got clear till... I think their first races start, like, the middle of January. So, hopefully, Devin will be on today at 11:30. It'll be... I think... Is it going to be a YouTube exclusive, Lummy?
Yes. Yeah.
Are we going to put it on YouTube? No, just YouTube, right?
Yeah, we'll do YouTube. We'll do it like we did the podcast YouTube exclusive, and then we'll
throw it over to Facebook.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A mother remains in jail for the death of her son who had severe autism.
Wait till you hear how mean this bitch was. Wow. Why didn't you just abort it? Like if you're
don't know you're gonna have autism until the kid's born. You can't detect that prenatal.
You can't?
No, it happens after you're born. There's no test for autism.
Like Down syndrome and stuff.
Thank God, my mom would have got rid of me. She tried. I'm just telling you right now. I'm not trying to be shocking or nothing, but thank God. By the way, John Costica lent me $50 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Thank you so very much. But if abortions were legal in 1965, my mom would have aborted me. I'm just telling you. She's even told me
that should have been the start to the documentary, Bubba. I think you got to reshoot it.
Yeah, hi, it's Bubba.
The opening scene.
I've been through a lot, sex tape and what have you, but it all starts back in 1965 when my dad got my mom pregnant, and my mom, abortion was not legal at the time, so she went to this trampoline place after school every day and jumped for an hour trying to jump me out. She was trying to literally,
shake you loose.
She was. She did. Dan, this is a true story. My mom, they went for $1. You could jump all you want on these. They had these little trampolines, and there was
That's a steal even back then.
That was 1965. $1 for an hour, and these trampolines were like built into the ground. You know how where they'd hollow them underneath, and then they were kind of ground level, and you could go from one to another. You know what I'm saying? There's like 10.
They have them now. Here.
Yeah, but they were outside. They weren't like They were They weren't inside with a bunch of padding, because so if you did, or if you hit it the wrong way, you could land out on the gravel and hurt yourself. My mom went there when she first found out she was, and she jumped for an hour every day for 2 months, thinking that she could jump me out. But I was holding on for dear life, buddy. My stage 5 grip level, I'm just telling you.
Great job.
28-year-old Shomak Nath in cardiac arrest on his driveway. On Wednesday, he died in the hospital, and his mother, his primary caregiver, is charged with abuse and neglect. Today, she made her first court appearance, and Joel Vasquez was in the courtroom for that hearing. He has the new and also disturbing details about this case.
Yeah, Jasmine, that's exactly right. Disturbing is the correct word to describe this. Now, according to this court document right here, medical examiner found that Shomak weighed only about 65 pounds when he died. He was also malnourished, and most of his teeth were either missing or rotted. A house at the end of the cul-de-sac and a mailbox labeled the Naths. What was once the picture of a quaint life in a Midlothian suburb is now bleak.
Would never have expected this, and it's...
How old was he, Lummy?
That's what I
and he
don't
was
know.
only 65 pounds.
I'm trying to
They say 26. Did I see that?
Is that what it was?
so very sad and tragic.
Neighbors who wanted to remain anonymous remember their neighbor of 30 years, 60-year-old Manisha Nath, the woman they say was private but pleasant to speak with, exchanging their neighborly how-do-you-dos.
She's a very bright person. She has a doctorate. She always seemed like she really cared about her children. A very industrious person.
28.
But somebody without a support system here.
Nath took care of her 28-year-old son Shomak, who was nonverbal and had autism.
I mean, a really sweet kid.
28 years old.
He would come over and play on our...
28 years old, and he weighed 65 pounds.
We're hearing, Bubba, we're right now at this crisis because autism started shooting up in the late 90s. And all these autistic kids that were born in the late 90s are now hitting their 20s. They're too old to be taken care of at home. Their parents are dying. They're becoming wards of the state. And this epidemic that we're still in the middle of fueling is going to be hitting us so hard over the next 25 years.
Yeah, but you got to feed them.
We have all these adult autistic kids. I spoke to a potential client this week who is actually in law enforcement, had to give up her son because she couldn't afford the time and the money.
When you give up your son, what does that mean? You just ship him off to a house?
No, a state-funded group house to help take care of him because he required 24-hour supervision. And people with jobs can't spend 24 hours supervising their adult autistic child. There's a bunch of them now.
No, so there are state-funded, like if you had an autistic child and you could not
afford,
keep your job, keep your lifestyle with regards to paying your bills, paying your car payments, you just living life, not living anything extravagant, you do have an option to send them off to this autistic place.
But you end up giving up your parental rights and your control of the child because, again, an adult with profound nonverbal type autism can, needs someone to protect that child. And if the parents can't afford to, either because of time or because of money or both, then the state will take over, kind of adopt the child as the protector, and then put the child in some sort of group home.
Swing set. Just a sweet, docile, timid child.
Following his death Wednesday, a medical examiner reported that Shomak was covered in grime after not bathing for quite some time and had sores on his back. Police say that Manisha admitted to giving Shomak a bucket of water and a mug to bathe himself. When they searched her home, they found little to no food, black mold, and no running water. Neighbors say crews in hazmat suits were in and out of...
this is abuse, isn't it? Like
it's also extreme poverty. She doesn't have running water.
Hold on, they have elderly abuse. They have child abuse.
It's abuse.
This is autistic elderly abuse.
Right.
If you can't afford running water, you got black mold, you can't take even care of yourself, you think you can take care of a person that requires 24/7 care, and you're just going to let him, well, at the end of the day, she let him die. He died.
Was she trying to kill him, do you think?
I think that she might have just, yeah, I do.
Yeah, she looks like she had a job. She was a psychologist.
She was a psychologist?
That's what it's looking like here.
Can you imagine going to talk to her about your problems? She's like, let me tell you about my problems. I got this kid back at the house, weighs 65 pounds. He's 28 years old. I got black mold and no food and or water. Woo! But I can tell you how to fix your life.
House on Thursday, even putting this biohazard sign on the door.
No clue that there was anything interior, anything unhealthy, hazardous. Nothing at all.
So when we would see her coming out to the car, she looked fine.
Yeah.
Nath appeared virtually in court Friday afternoon, where a judge ruled that she had substantial resources for a court-appointed attorney. Meanwhile, her neighbors are still wrapping their heads around the situation and urge people.
They won't show a picture of him, will they? They probably won't show a picture.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Check on their neighbors.
I wish I had seen the signs. I wish I had drawn her out more in conversation. I mean, we stayed up all night last night talking about this.
You just wonder what you could have done to prevent this, but
could have got the guy a cheeseburger. Stop by Culver's, cheese curds and some cheeseburger will get that'll put a pound on you.
It's a what you could have done a couple of
for me lately, Janet Jackson.
So Bubba,
what have you done for me lately? What?
How involved are you getting if you notice a kid up the street's abnormally skinny? Are you calling child services on the family?
Dan, there's abnormally skinny, and then there's 28 and weighing 65 pounds. That I'm making a phone call.
Bubba, you would only pay attention if the kid had a hot mom.
No, I would not ask his mom to be part of my MILF program. But I mean, and he was probably wheelchair bound. I'm assuming. Maybe Dan. She probably
kept him
never
inside.
let him outside.
Right, kept him inside, chained to a bed.
Yeah, well, or at least I mean I don't know.
But they're escape risks. You know what I mean? He may have been locked in a room or chained or something like that. We don't know all
he
of
had
it.
bed sores on his back, so he's obviously not leaving the room. Whether she's locked him in there, she's chained him in there. I don't know how able-bodied he is. It's my understanding that autistic people sometimes are fully functional as far as being able to walk and things like that. Like autistic doesn't necessarily mean you're crippled.
No. Some autistic kids have problems physically, but most of them,
do not.
It's a personality / interaction problem.
It's an internal wiring.
Right. It's a socialization.
Well, I mean, your car can look perfect, but the wiring harness got jerked out and it won't start.
Well,
right?
I guess the neighbors say that they only saw the kid or the guy twice in the past year.
Decades ago.
So she did keep him from the public eye.
Yeah.
And Nath is set to make her.
This guy here.
He's
looks like
Casual Friday.
Fancy.
Looks like Spanish.
Next court appearance on November 18th at 10 a.m. For now, Chesterfield County, Joel Vasquez, 12 on your side.
Yes. Thank you, Jesus.
Now,
Jesus Christ. Now, why? So Tyler Robinson, the guy who has been accused of shooting Charlie Kirk, and that's a big whodunit in itself. But now the justice of the law is now starting to posture as they're getting ready to take this thing to trial. Probably, Dan, you can ask for a speedy trial, can you not? I think you can.
You have a right to a speedy trial. You have to ask for a delayed trial.
Oh, okay. So I don't know where they are with regards to getting ready for trial, but I'm thinking that it's kind of on schedule.
Yes.
And this was a request that Charlie Kirk's lawyers put in for him, and that is which I don't understand, that his face not be shown.
It's a little different than that. I watched the hearing. And there were several things that they did not want. First of all...
You're talking about Tyler Robinson's representation didn't want the following?
Correct.
Okay.
There was a brief by the sheriff's office on whether or not he should be, A, in prison clothing, and B, handcuffed during the proceedings and getting escorted in and out of the courtroom. He objected to the sheriff's department chiming in on this because they weren't a party to the case. Interestingly, the judge agreed.
So now he's allowed to wear.
No, Bubba, you get ahead of me. That was just there was three elements of this. That was the first.
When you're telling a story, you can't cough. I'm just saying, it's Radio 101. I learned that in Terre Haute. Sorry.
The second thing was, whether or not he was supposed to appear in his prison garbs or not. And so his argument is, I have not yet been convicted of a crime, as soon as there's a picture of me in my prison garb, it's going to be national or international news, and it's going to taint the jury. He's right. Traditionally, they don't make non-convicted first-time offenders or anyone that's facing a big charge go through the trial in their orange or striped suits.
Much like the California case of the Melendez brothers, where they were allowed to wear like sweaters and, like slacks, even though afterwards they were changing into their prison oranges. The jury never saw them dressed in anything other than what a normal person would wear.
And they should be. I agree with that.
I do too.
The third
thing, I agree with that. I think all prisoners on something, on something this high profile need to be presented as a person and not a prisoner. That automatically could affect my judgment of this person. If he's in shackles and full-blown prison. Listen, here's what we all want. We want this guy to get as fair of a trial that he can possibly get, so there's no room for appeal.
Right. They're trying to limit appellate type issues. Exactly.
In fact, that's what most judges and most attorneys have in mind while they're navigating through their case. Let's make sure that I have every T crossed, every I dotted, so that I don't give the people that I'm going against a reason for an appellate issue. That's what judges are there to be the traffic cop of court, so to speak, mostly just so there's not an appellate issue.
Right.
So that things are fair and there's not a higher court that's going to find that judge erred in procedure.
And when there's a tweener, they'll err on the side of being favorable to the defendant, again, to prevent an appellate issue.
Right.
If the judge isn't 100% sure, he's going to give the defendant the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
Because, again, like you said, trying to preserve the judgment.
Preserve the verdict.
The verdict.
Yes.
The third issue here, which the defendant lost, was whether or not he was going to be in handcuffs going in and out of the courtroom, and the court concluded that it was an issue of safety. So although he will have handcuffs going in and out of the courtroom,
don't take them off.
They not necessarily, unless it impedes his ability to pass notes to or discuss things with his counsel during the proceedings. So he won't be in the forecuffer. He won't be in the forecuffer.
I just have 4 Jimmy Clevises behind him, ready to absolutely jump on a moment's notice. And I wouldn't have him handcuffed because I think that's a little bit of me. I would be a little judgy if I'm on the jury and he's in regular, citizen clothing, and he's not wearing, but he's still handcuffed,
still in custody.
That still makes me feel a little, hey, listen, I'd like to shoot the guy right there.
Well, first of all, let's make sure he's guilty. Second of all, he was not convicted of, violently killing 15 people. He's not convicted of being a serial rapist or murderer or anything like that. He's never been in trouble before. He doesn't have a history of being a danger to society. He was accused of one crime, one episode, one thing that lasted, an hour.
But on this particular, let me run this story. It talked about him here. If I was to minimize it, it says Charlie Kirk's shooting suspect Tyler Robinson wins legal victory as he's allowed to avoid showing his face in hearings.
The Zoom hearings. They don't necessarily publish his face in the Zoom hearings because
that's ridiculous.
It's because the last time he did one, that those pictures just circulated everywhere.
Well, you shouldn't have done something that makes your picture circulate. You should not have committed a crime that allows you to be public enemy number one.
He hasn't been convicted of it yet, Bubba. Innocent until proven guilty. We still have to maintain that mantra.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. How many people have gone through trials, much like you're getting ready to go through, that showed their face during Zoom? It's just procedurally. We do not, give you an anonymous mask to wear. I'm sorry. I mean, there's precedent that shows that, formatically within this court system, the person that's appearing via Zoom shows their face. What's the big deal? Your face has been Your face doesn't make you guilty. You got a baby. I mean, it's not like he's. Listen, Dan, you see some of these criminals who have their faces all tattooed, and like completely their face. There's not one square millimeter on their face that's not tattooed. I can understand that potentially, but this is just a fresh-faced, kid that potentially is a murderer.
Yes, I agree, and they're trying to preserve a clean jury pool.
Mr. Robinson,
I think that's important too.
Here we go.
I understand is appearing by WebEx. Mr. Robinson, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Mr. Robinson asks to appear in civilian clothing at all pretrial hearings. He argues that the extensive media coverage of this case creates a real risk of prejudice if the public and potential jurors repeatedly see him in jail attire. Mr. Robinson sits before this court presumed innocent, and that presumption remains unless and until each element of every offense charged against him is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. To date, this has not occurred, and the presumption of innocence remains. Balancing these factors, the court finds that Mr. Robinson's right to the presumption of innocence outweighs the minimal inconvenience of permitting civilian attire, and Mr. Robinson shall be dressed as one who is presumed innocent. Mr. Robinson also requests to appear unrestrained during pretrial proceedings. He argues that visible restraints would prejudice potential jurors, undermine his dignity, and interfere with his ability to communicate.
So Dan, he won the first one where he's allowed to wear street clothes.
Yes.
Counsel.
Let me, Joshua Markinson, $25 in the PayPal. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, The Bubba Army.
Safety of Mr. Robinson, the attorneys, court staff, and the public must remain the court's highest priority. The emotional nature of these proceedings also raise the risk of disruption. In conclusion, the court orders as follows.
All right, so this is where he's going to give the order, right? This is the court's ruling officially right here, which is your honor's ruling.
In its motion to strike, the sheriff's response is granted. Defendant's motion to appear in civilian clothing is granted. Defendant's motion to appear without restraints is denied. The standing decorum order will be amended to prohibit any visual recording or photography of the defendant's restraints or of the defendant entering or exiting.
So Dan, looks like they're going to put kind of a gag order on any photog or video footage of him entering or exiting the courtroom, which would you see him shuffling and being handcuffed.
Right, with that leather belt with the handcuffs and the foot cuffs.
So they're gonna not let the people turn their cameras on till he's seated, and those are more.
Yeah, and they'll probably keep the leg irons on him. You know what I mean? Yeah. So he's got some kind of restraint,
right?
But not handcuffs.
Mr. Robinson.
So they did win the fact that he can now, on all Zoom proceedings, not have to show his face. I think that's ridiculous. I have no problem with the rest of the rulings. Yes, he should have civilian clothes. I even argue the fact that unshackle him. Just have some real thick neck cops ready to bust him down to zero. But I would argue that all Zoom proceedings and everything, that anytime that you are to be in front of your honor on Zoom, you're going to show your face just like everybody. We'll put on a sweater on you. You don't have to be in your prison pinks when you're on Zoom, but your face has to be on Zoom.
But this ruling has nothing to do with whether or not his face is on Zoom. You realize that that was worked out another time. This has to do with during the trial.
So they clickbaited me?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, good. Here's Jay-Z. Let me standing behind his Bad Bunny decision. Yeah. I think
Jay-Z's in the room too, as you talk about Jay-Z.
I got his mic on. It's up.
Yeah, it is. Good morning.
I look at my clock about 20 after, and I pot it up knowing that Jay can slip in and usually not fumble around with the mic and is very, very smooth with it. Hi, Jay. How are you, my friend?
I'm excellent. Good morning. How are you?
How are you?
you. So we gotta talk Bad Bunny.
I don't want to talk about nothing.
Oh my goodness, not even Bad Bunny. Why are people hating on him?
They love him. Don't let them fool you.
I love that. So we gotta ask you, what are the Super Bowl predictions, Mr. Carter? Do you have any? So how did the combo go? Like, was Bad Bunny like super surprised? Was he like they didn't get enough there? Well, how did you even pick that?
I ain't got nothing for you. I don't want to disrespect you.
No, it's okay, sir. You were nice last time I got you.
Yeah, I don't want to disrespect you, but I ain't got.
I don't want to call you a dumb bitch. You're not knowing how popular the Bad Bunny is. Even though you represent most of the American people who don't speak Spanish, and Bad Bunny's already gone on Saturday Night Live and told all of us non-Spanish speaking people that we got 4 months to learn Spanish. Otherwise, we won't know one lyric of his Super Bowl performance.
No scoops for you.
That probably wasn't the right call.
Not okay.
Jay-Z, is it true that you don't represent? The Super Bowl pays you $1 zillion to put on the halftime shows, but you don't put on anything that people really want.
Love you though. Keep doing your thing.
In fact, JC, I'd rather have you and Beyonce up here. That would be a better. I'd get into that more than I would.
That would be an excellent show.
The last two that you have on, Kendrick Lamar with a Bad Bunny chaser. Just you and Beyonce get up there, do a little Sonny and Cher gimmick for me.
Yeah,
I can get into that all day. Beyonce's hot as hell. Woo! And you're cool too. 99 problems and a bitch ain't one.
Hit me.
Appreciate you.
Look at the
Come on, I'm going 55 and a 54. Come on.
Hey, I appreciate you. Ciao. Thank you.
Give it to them. I'll pick it up next time.
Lummy, are you? Have you been keeping up with Tulsa King?
No, I haven't.
You've not. You know what?
No.
And you know what else started?
Yeah,
Mayor of Kingston.
Yeah, it's back.
It's back. I watched it and Tulsa King last night. Dan, you're not into, and you are, Jay, not into either one of those, are you?
I watched the first Tulsa King. I liked it.
The first season?
Mm-hmm.
We're on season 4 now.
Okay.
Yeah, I just haven't seen season 4.
Have a good night.
Man, Sliced alone.
Clint Grubbs, $20.
Clint Grubbs, man. Thank you, my friend. I mean, Jay-Z's saying, y'all don't know, man, that Bad Bunny is all that. And everybody wants Bad Bunny. So everybody that's talking smack about the Bad Bunny gimmick, you don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. You're stupid.
Well, I love The Weeknd, and his halftime show sucked. So, it has to do not only with the performer, but actually the performance.
But he was arguably, a top performer in the United States. Everyone knew his hits.
He sung English.
Yeah. I mean, I think the problem is you need some sort of broad appeal. And this act has very limited appeal to certain people, like Americans that don't know Spanish. And so when we were kids, Danny and I have seen a lot of Super Bowls.
The
and
NFL needs to know its audience.
Right. We've seen Bruce Springsteen, Paul McCartney, Prince.
Eminem.
But when Prince was there,
Janet
he
Jackson
sang,
with her boobies hanging out.
He was singing on rock songs. And there was a lot of crossover. And so I just don't see the crossover appeal here. I think it's just a miss by Jay-Z.
Did you see, Jay, the new Bubba Army Ridge wallets?
No, I love Ridge
wallets. Clint Grubbs, another $20.
You love Ridge?
That's what I use.
Hold on.
I just gave him. I just let him.
No, I'm letting one rip. Let's see what type of skills he's got. Okay, this is a Patrick Mahomes no look pass.
He's no Cooper Kupp.
Okay, hold on now. I got to see where he's at. Lummy, okay, would it be about right there, Lummy? Can you be about right there?
2 degrees to the right.
Yeah, yep.
About right there?
Yep.
Okay, Jay, you ready?
Yep.
Did he get it?
Yeah, he got it.
He did get it.
There we go. Look at that.
Off my shoulder. I got it.
I'm the camera's a little bit. There you got it.
I did.
Yeah.
It goes from light to dark very quickly.
Yeah.
Once it gets past the Bubba Army
you can
sign.
lose it in the lights like an outfielder for a fly ball.
Yeah, he's gonna put that the black stuff under his eyes.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
RIF chip protected.
I had someone get mine in the airport before.
Are you serious?
Yeah, about 10 years ago.
You got scanned in the
Oh, yeah.
airport? Really?
Yeah.
How's that happen? How's that
We were
happen?
going to Costa Rica, Kendall and I, in Miami. By the time I got to Costa Rica, there was already a bunch of charges.
To get pure oxygen.
Exactly.
Exactly. Wow.
Yeah. Before they made these cool things, you had to like put your credit cards in a stupid little like magnetic envelope to try to prevent it from happening.
Yeah, those mine's RIF and RID, whatever. There's a couple different.
I love it.
Okay, blah blah blah. Where does America ranks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
One big longer. Xerxes. What's up, everybody?
We're breaking news to tell you this afternoon. We're breaking news.
Black guy in Cali. Mrs. A. Watley. You're gonna love it. Where are you guys going? What up, Parmagrom? Right back at you. So Stacy M. Gregory, good morning. Dirt Merchant, what's up, buddy? Tampa Terry. Mark Jones. What's up, Glenn Longnecker? How you doing? Stank. Hunt. What's up, Ancient Art Acupuncture?
Did you see the pictures I sent you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those are, I mean, we've known that forever.
Yeah.
What's up, Nick? By the way, 93, good morning.
So I gotta tell you a little something, just a little. When I walk out.
All right. What's up, White Ice Tea? No relation.
Dan, is that your third monster? I might have to fucking regulate you.
6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. Yes, this is my third.
Damn.
Adam Beckering arraigned on new
Since I've been here.
Speaking directly to the judge about her son-in-law, Adam Beckering, saying he systematically manipulated entities.
What's up, River Lips? How you doing?
Our daughter never stood a chance against this group. Adam Beckering.
Did. Where you going, Miss A. Watley in Costa?
Bob, you've never defended trans male athletes in female sports, have you?
Nope, never.
Someone Tampa Terry said you did. That's wrong.
Ever.
Did Brian?
Nope. No, Brian hasn't either.
I don't think Seth has either.
Nope.
Oh, Tampa Terry, you're wrong. Blatantly wrong.
Just say, Temperature, you're fucking stupid.
What's up, Emergent R7D? I want April Sherry 222. Ooh, I never thought about Nick, I never thought about the Tahoe upgrades. Interesting. Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
How about the World Series last night? 18 innings. And was it Freddie Fender?
Yeah, Freddie Freeman.
Freeman went yard in the 18th to win it.
Yeah.
How about it? What is it? 1-1 now?
2-1.
2-1. The cheaters.
Yeah. The cheaters.
Yeah.
Well, the Dodgers are the cheaters now?
Yeah, of course they are.
For cheating? What part
for
are
having $100 million more salary than the next team.
That's not cheating. That's in the rules, Bubba. Cheating is banging on the trash cans like the Texas team did.
Several different ways to cheat.
Yeah,
that's cheating.
They did it too. All of them did it.
I just really find baseball a joke with how they can finagle the salary cap. It's not a hard cap. It's a luxury deal, and it's just you can literally spend $400 million while the Rays spend $86 million. I think that they need to have
more parity.
Something.
I don't disagree with that, but the way the rules are written, the Dodgers haven't cheated, and I enjoy watching really like legends, true legends like Shohei Ohtani. Just tear it up. It's beautiful to be able. Just imagine being around in the 30s.
That guy costs you $70 million a year.
Yeah, he's worth every freaking penny too.
Okay, he probably is, but there's 30 teams that can't afford him. So I'm just saying.
But I understand that.
You know
Bubba.
what I want? I want a league where every team could afford the best player if he was a free agent. Every team had the ability to get that player.
What league is that What league? Right. What league is that happening now?
NFL.
I think the NFL is probably set as although not perfect, it's as close to that as any other league.
The NFL makes it very worthwhile for players to stay with their own team.
Right. But there's a hard cap, and you got to get a lot more creative and guaranteed money and signing bonuses and things like that. You just don't have to pay a penalty for when you go over their cap. So and the reason why the league doesn't bitch about it is because the teams like the Twins and the A's and the and the Rays and things like that, they're getting $25 to $30 million a year in luxury tax money because they take that luxury tax and spread it over the teams that didn't go over the cap. And so, that's why no team in a smaller market that's got a $86 to $100 million budget are ever going to bitch about, the Yankees spending $350 million because the Yankees are writing the Major League Baseball a $40 million penalty check. And then that $40 million penalty check gets spread around amongst the team, the 16 or 17 teams that didn't go over the cap. And so, nobody's going to. So listen, I finished in last place. I got an $86 million payroll, but I just got a $31 million luxury tax check from the league. Let the Dodgers buy whoever the hell they want.
That's right.
So, I don't know.
Bubba, Seth, don't you agree that the NFL has the best parity because the Indiana team can compete with the LA team and the New York team as far as getting that best athlete?
But to me, yes, I would agree that the NFL has the most parity. But to me, it's not about how much money you spend because who's the highest paid quarterback? Is it Deshaun Watson? I mean, is it Dak Prescott? I mean, you look at the Colts; they signed Daniel Jones. And now, they're 7-1. So it's not necessarily, and it's the same really in baseball. It's not necessarily about how much you spend. It's about who you spend the money on and if you're spending it on the right players. And obviously the Dodgers are doing that right now. And not everybody does that in the NFL. The Cleveland Browns had a chance to get the top quarterback on the market. And they went out and they did that. And it turned out to be, one of the worst decisions that, I think any football team has made in the NFL.
Was that in 2004, 2008, 2012, 2016, or last year?
Yeah, I mean,
because the Browns have made that same mistake 17 times.
They said Aaron Rodgers cheated on Monday Night Football because he did a little hit of smelling salt. Supposedly, smelling salts have been banned by the league.
Really?
Yeah. Which
Hardy used to do that before every game.
But they did it for safety for the players.
So here is actually here is an actual smelling salt that he did, in the huddle before he went out. This is the only footage they have.
Well, if that's illegal, then he's guilty.
Well, I mean, but like, Dan, let me ask you.
What are they going to do?
Like,
what are they going to do to him?
The rule's a little more nuanced. I just read the story.
All right, so what?
The NFL banned teams from offering it to the players.
Yeah. And
the players can bring their own still.
Really?
There was, if you read the article right there that's up on there.
Yeah.
Because unhappiness from players, 49ers tight end Kittle dropped the news in an interview in the NFL and asked for a solution to be found. Kittle characterized the NFL's practice facility and said, I honestly just came here to air a grievance. Our team got a memo today that smelling salts and ammonia packets were made illegal in the NFL, and I've been distraught all day. But the NFL rule simply prohibits teams from offering players the salts. Players can still bring their own to the games. So it looked like they were trying to outlaw it originally. Then they got some videos of Aaron Rodgers using them, and they say, you can bring your own. They just don't want the NFL team offering it to the player.
They're not allowed to. They're not supposed to and not allowed to use it during the game now because of the safety concerns over masking and concussion symptoms.
So, Dan, let me ask you a question. What do smelling salt, if you're just to look at the physics of smelling salts, what do they do? What's the science or the physicality behind them? What do they do?
They wake you up because they're almost caustic or an irritant to your nasal passages. And it'll dilate your blood vessels a little bit too.
I know what I'm saying is though.
But it's just it's such a bad smell. Just like if you were like playing basketball and all of a sudden you got guarded by this guy with the nastiest armpits ever, and you caught a nose full off. You'd be like, oh my god! It's just like it's disruptive.
I know, but like, is it harmful? Can it hurt you?
No, a single smelling salt whiff will not hurt you. I mean, if you were in a room filled with smelling salts, you'd eat up your nasal pharynx because it's caustic. It's an irritant.
But just a hit.
No,
just
wouldn't hurt anybody.
Just a big old hit off of it to clear you out. That's not causing any
vasodilation. It is a little bit, but that's not. It's not going to hurt anybody. But here's the example of what. Let me just point it out. Mike Evans, we saw him go down the other day. And if you saw him walk back to the sideline, he was walking back to the sideline, wobbling with his eyes closed because he was in La La Land. He was at Disney World. And if you had given him a smelling salt on that walk back to the sideline, his affect, his demeanor, his consciousness would be completely different, and he would have looked wide awake. So yes, a smelling salt could mask a head injury. And that makes sense.
So I guess
because if you're knocked out, it'll wake you up.
I guess Cleveland, it's finally here, Lummy.
Yeah.
The quarterback controversy that we probably all knew might happen once they got rid of Joe Flacco, and which, by the way, Joe Flacco's doing pretty damn good in Cincinnati. He's not.
He's doing better than the guy
right,
Browning.
Exactly. And they gave him around. I think they gave Seth? What did Cincinnati give for him? Like a fifth?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, like a fifth. And so we knew as sports enthusiasts and particularly NFL that if the Damon Gabriel guy, Dylan Gabriel guy, who was drafted in the third, Shador was in the fifth, and it's been a big supposedly the coach and the GM, the Shador draft was not their idea. Supposedly it was owner based. The owner wanted Shador available on the fifth. And then so once they shipped Flacco to Cincinnati, this Gabriel guy comes in, and at first he showed flashes of maybe being pretty good. He's, Lummy, I think you'd agree, or maybe Seth would agree. Lately, he's really shiz the biz. He's not doing anything spectacular at all. They're getting blown out. They're getting killed. And it's always good to hear what the local sports guys in town are saying. And this is the morning guy on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge of Cleveland sports in the morning on an FM sports talker.
4. You got 4 blowouts in an NFL season. 4. It's not even Halloween. We have 4 blowouts in an NFL season. There are 4 of them. There are 4 of them. There are 4 blowouts. You've been blown out 4 times already in an NFL season. That's insanity!
And meanwhile, the Jets.
I'm sorry.
The Jets and Dolphins
Sorry for
win.
yelling.
The Jets put up how many points? 39? The Jets put up 39 points. On what planet could the Browns ever put up 39 points?
I'm not even mad at the locker room. I think there's still
Miami put up
some
34.
culture. Yes, you saw that too. I think there's still. I can't believe I'm saying that. I think there is some guys that definitely care inside the locker room. Is it
Mason Crosby? No, the badass defensive end they got, Myles Garrett.
Yeah, he had 5 sacks last week.
But did you see him? He's so mad at the offense that when he comes off the field, he smashes his helmet onto the
Nobody feels
helmet.
badly for him. He signed a record-breaking deal in the offseason. He demanded a trade. He wanted out of there. He wanted the chance to win. He said goodbye to Cleveland, and then they went with him with a ton of money, and then he re-signed, knowing damn well that they didn't have a team that could compete or a quarterback that was in position to help that team.
He took the money, and so now he needs to shut up.
He took the money. Can't happen. Either the offense is inept or you've put yourself in a bad situation.
Well, both.
Either way, you got to be just moving on from all of it. There ain't nothing I'm going to be able to do this this season. I don't know what's going to happen this offseason other than, you know what? I might as well have a chance to have a little bit of fun. If 12's back isn't locked up and he doesn't need a backiotomy, just put him out there for the love of Christ. Just put him out there and let's see. Give me a good effort for a week and let's see what he can do. The Jets won a game, so they're ready to mail it in for the rest of the year.
They got
so go right on ahead and put him out there. There's no better time. I don't care. I can't see what that was yesterday any longer.
I agree. I think the Shador experiment. I think the Shador experiment should start this weekend.
Oof. Who's he gonna throw to? I guess his tight end.
I mean, I don't know, bud.
I would almost just wait a little bit longer.
Hard to turn this
get better
team around.
weapons. Yeah, I mean, get better weapons. I mean, there's really nobody around him that's going to help him on offense. He could be, Tom Brady, but
again, the problem is the best quarterbacks, and didn't Cleveland have the number 1 pick?
Yeah, they had no. Cleveland didn't have the number 1 pick.
They had the 3rd pick.
No,
they were top 5, right?
Top 5.
Were they top 5?
Or they
had the
away?
2nd pick and they traded down.
Okay, so they had the 2nd pick. So they're the 2nd crappiest team.
Yeah.
These guys, these quarterbacks are going to these crap teams.
And it looks like they're going to be the 2nd crappiest team again this year.
I know.
And will they go out and get the guy from Indiana, Lummy? Will they go out and get the guy from, Ohio? Like, what do they go out and continue to play this Red Rover, send this quarterback right on over? I mean, that's all the Browns do is play that game.
Yeah. They need someone explosive on their offense, a wide receiver or something.
A running back.
That guy's not too bad to have.
A coach. All of it. It all sucks. The whole team sucks. Throw them all away.
Will Shador, and everybody has their own opinion, will Shador get an opportunity to start this year? Seth, over to you first.
Without a doubt.
Lummy, I think he will.
Yeah, no, I think that.
Lummy says hold out a couple more weeks so you can get a few of your weapons back.
Yeah, if I was Shador, I'd be saying my back hurts until about week 14.
And the other thing is, he doesn't want to get destroyed.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to get killed.
Who wants to play for a team that's already out of any chance of any kind of postseason and just get beat up?
Look at the Saints. They should have drafted him.
Yeah.
Look at the Jets. Look at Oakland. I'm sorry. Look at the Raiders. All these teams.
No, it's not, Bubba. You have Shador as the savior, but he's never played. You have him being the quarterback of the Raiders and the Jets and all these other teams, but
these teams drafted quarterbacks and their quarterbacks are sucking.
Do you see what Cam Ward has done for the Titans this year? He's been horrible. He was by far the number 1 pick, by far the best quarterback.
Times 2.
And the coach already got fired. It's been awful. So I think to think that Shador's going to come in and all of a sudden start tearing it up. I don't know.
Well, he's not going to, especially where he's at now. I mean, he's
exactly.
done.
I mean, if Cam Ward right now is sitting, he'd be doing better off than what he's doing with the Titans.
They sat him?
No, I'm saying he'd be better off long term than what he. I mean, he is just getting slammed. Everyone, thinks. Cam
And you're
Ward's
right,
a bust.
Seth. Like, there was not even a close, like in the quarterback draft of last year, as Shador's stock started sinking, Cam was like, it was not even a close second as to who the first quarterback off the board was going to be, right?
And they haven't been giving Shador reps in practice. They've all been going to Dylan Gabriel because they've been trying to get the rookie ready for the games, and they don't want to take anything away from him. So I think if Shador does play it, you're probably looking at you're a couple weeks away.
Could you see a team trading for Shador? Like a Saints or
the Saints drafted a quarterback, Bubba. They drafted a guy ahead of Shador.
No, I know everybody got drafted ahead of Shador, pretty much.
Yeah.
Everybody did, bud. But what I'm saying is, what's that guy doing?
They just took Spencer Rattler out this game, and they put in Tyler Shuck. So he's going to be the guy that they run with until they decide that they need to draft the quarterback next year.
Did they make that decision?
Yeah.
Now, Seth? Isn't this next draft coming pretty quarterback heavy with regards to like the kid from Indiana is supposed to be good. The kid from, I think, Ohio State's good. The kid from Alabama and Georgia are good.
Georgia Tech too. I think
guy from Georgia Tech. I mean, is this going to be a heavy quarterback draft?
Should be, yeah. Should be with Sellers and with Nussmeier from LSU. There should be a lot of quarterbacks this year.
Speaking of LSU,
your boy.
Oh my God, I was so happy Brian Kelly fired. $59 million left on his contract. Gone. Because
people really hate that guy, man.
Oh, I hate him.
Everybody.
You know why I
hate
hate him?
do, yeah.
I
understand.
hate him because he wasted 10 years of Notre Dame football. 10 years. Took them to the national championship 2 times. Got their asses kicked. That's the problem with Brian Kelly. He can't win the big one. He can't win against good teams. He can't win against SEC opponents. He sucks. He's ridiculous. And you know what? I saw Stephen A. I think it was Stephen A. Smith yesterday flipping out. Did you know the same person that hired Jimbo Fisher is the same person that hired Brian Kelly, the 2 largest collegiate coach buyouts in the history of the sport, was hired by the same AD.
It won't work for him.
No, did you know that?
No, I didn't.
The same guy who hired Jimbo Fisher went on to, after the Jimbo Fisher, to be the AD for LSU, and now he's got that on his tab. He had I think it was an $80 million buyout with Jimbo Fisher, and there's a $59 million buyout with Brian Kelly.
Yeah, it looks like he had Scott Woodward, $130 million for the 2 coaches.
Has to be by far the worst athletic director in the history of college athletics. You got how much?
$130 million.
$130 million you've cost your employer by bringing in. They signed Brian Kelly to a 10-year, $95 million deal. $90 million guaranteed.
Stupid.
They owe him $56 million. Dan, all you got to do is just fake it till you make it and get that one good job in college, and you're set.
Oh, I know. Lane Kiffin did it.
Oh, and now Lane Kiffin is back in the driver's seat where every LSU's looking at him, Florida's looking at him.
I know.
FSU might be looking at him.
And he made $30 million plus getting fired too.
I think Lane Kiffin still might be getting paid by Florida Atlantic.
No, I don't think his contract was that big.
Okay, but I'm just telling you, man.
It's amazing what these ex-coaches
how you can
make.
be an ass bucket over there at Florida Atlantic, go over to Ole Miss, hit on something, get them, going pretty good. Now you're the hottest commodity in college sports, and you're going to get one of those $10 million a year jobs that are guaranteed.
Oh, he's making $9 million right now.
Yeah, making $9 million at Ole Miss.
Sophia got in there.
She did?
To Ole Miss.
Is she going?
I don't know. It's one of her schools that she was
I'd say
interested in.
hell no. I would send her to a hillbilly school.
Well, Danny likes Ole Miss because it's such a great football program.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't go by that.
Yeah, what's she going to be, a cheerleader?
Yeah, she going to be a cheerleader?
No, but
Is
a
Danny
good
going to be
football
a quarterback?
Makes for a hell of a
But Bubba,
college experience. Trey is having a good time at Florida State.
A good football program.
Well, Jay, you were spoiled at Florida State because you were there when they were like one of the best programs in the nation. So for your 4 years, man,
top five,
and your off house, your apartment was right across the street from the stadium.
Yep.
So you really, that you were there in the right time.
Well, it was during the Bobby Bowden years and Deion Sanders years, and we were in amazing championship games, and we were top 5 for 15 years straight under Bobby Bowden. Top 5 or better for 15 years straight.
And you know what that does, though, Bubba? That makes the school better from all the money it draws in. The rest of the school benefits, and people don't talk about that enough.
Well, and they said Deion Sanders in his first year had a $131 million impact upon the Boulder community. So, I mean, he's already paid for himself.
I was at a game live as a kid, looking at Deion in the end zone, pointing to the other end zone like Babe Ruth, and receive a kickoff and run it for a touchdown.
Number 2.
It was the most incredible player ever to see play live.
Breaking news to tell you this afternoon about Sean Combs, the Federal Bureau.
Hey, Lummy, we actually have a release date. May of 2028.
Yeah, good luck.
May of 2028, and he's crying.
Our prison says he is scheduled. Here's
what I'm saying. Man, when these federal court artists don't like you, it literally looks like his face got ran over by a vibratory roller. Look at the rendering they have. They got his hand up to his face, but like if they don't
He's been in jail, Bubba. He probably hasn't been able to keep up with his skin routine.
But how about your face form? Like, does your face get sunken in like a crypt keeper?
He is scheduled to be released on May 8th, 2028. That is a little
He's
more.
like, man, I should have had a V8.
More than 3 years behind bars, counting the time he was incarcerated before trial. Earlier this month, a judge sentenced the disgraced music mogul to 50 months in prison after a jury convicted him on 2 prostitution-related counts. Combs pleaded not guilty and maintains his innocence.
Do you feel badly for him, Bubba?
No.
Neither do I.
No, because that's what they got him on. What was he really doing?
Just like Al Capone went to jail for tax evasion, not for murder, even though he arguably committed lots of murders.
Do you know what Al Capone died of?
Yep.
Syphilis.
Mercury poisoning from treating syphilis.
Oh, okay. They just said
syphilis.
How do you get syphilis in jail?
He got syphilis before he went to jail. Syphilis is a slower STD. It's not like chlamydia or gonorrhea, where it starts burning.
Do you get it on your wiener?
Usually you get a little sore on your penis. It turns into a little scab, and then the syphilis kicks in months later. So it's not like gonorrhea where it burns.
So if you get like a little sore on your penis, you need to go see your doctor so it doesn't turn into syphilis and kill you and you get Al Caponed.
Well, now we can treat syphilis pretty easily, but back then they didn't. And one of the treatments was mercury, which is also one of the reasons that Al Capone was perceived as crazy in his later years.
Mercury make you crazy?
Poisoning. Yeah, we're not made to just ingest mercury.
So they're like, hey, we're going to get rid of your syphilis on your penis. Take this mercury. Well, they take mercury and rub it on the. They make you take it like orally, or they rub it on.
I believe they gave it to him orally. Yes.
And nobody would take mercury orally nowadays, would they?
Standard of care back then.
No, but
if you had bumps on your penis, you would take anything.
While you're in prison, you're right. When I return, man, you would. I fundamentally have a problem with this, and I don't know where the government work shutdown stands right now. I've been told that, it was, about Obamacare, and Obamacare should be only, the Republicans say that the Obamacare should be only for Americans, and the Democrats say that Obamacare should be for anybody. And I tend to think that it should be for Americans only. I think Barack Obama had that in mind when he passed that. But just goes right along the lines of us trying to take care of everybody but ourselves. I think that if we stopped taking care of the Afghans, the Somalians, the Iraqis, the Dominicans, and people from the Caribbean, that there be a hell of a lot more to take care of Americans. And that this entire list here, food stamps by ethnicity, percentage of U.S. households receiving SNAP benefits, if you take every one of those countries away and just make 100, United States is at 26.
For United States, food benefits, our citizens are number 6.
Yeah, we get 27. We get 27.6% of 100% of the benefits for free food via food stamps / SNAP benefits.
Just a hair more than a quarter goes to Native Americans.
Yeah.
That's insane.
We should only take care of Native Americans and Americans. That's it. Not the stinky Afghans or the Somalians or the Iraqis or the Dominicans or the Caribbeans or the Arabs or the Bangladesh people. I'm going to go into this next. It's just like I don't understand why we give away so much free stuff to people that aren't even
citizens,
are not indigenous to our country. Like, weren't born here and are not from here. Get the hell out of here, or you know what? Starve to death, or you know what? Go make a garden. Go in the raise corn and pigs and do it yourself. But bitch, I ain't giving you free money. I want to give the American that's hungry and homeless. I want to give him all of our benefits.
These all Americans now, Bubba.
Everybody. It seems like you said
everybody American. The whole world's American now.
Yeah. We'll get to that next. Hold on.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
India's right above Italy. I scored at the bottom.
Italy and India are the two lowest. Who published those?
That's
government.
Yeah, it says who it is.
Hi guys, have a wonderful day.
Bye, Danny.
Hey Dan, you and I got to exchange letters this afternoon for our kids. Yeah. Good morning, I'm gonna call you the police. Whoop whoop. What up?
Bottom or be on the top, and the dam was gonna go to the bottom when we end up right. Got to the top, and you can just circle around the bottom, and it makes so much speed that the top couldn't really keep up. And we got that yellow, and Bobby picked the bottom. And went, well, thank you. I don't think he really knew the top was a little bit better, just that first lap or two. Just that, when your tires are full and before they got to begin, you can just see the logo at the top of the racetrack, and really get going. And really get stuck in. And I'm like, well, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Lucas Oil Blitz
Where are we at? I hit that thumbs. What's up, Poodle Ball?
Yeah.
So you see it's on there?
Mm-hmm. They're still admitting as much as 18% or 19% is going to non-citizens, even on that. But its breakdown is by households. Not, 45.6% is not going to Afghans. 45.6% of Afghans are receiving SNAP benefits. That's different than 46% of them is going to.
Yeah.
Big Gus tractor and equipment has grown so fast, mostly because you badass Bubba Army and Florida Man Radio. Big Gus is in need for some experienced technicians, and unlike others around, Big Gus will pay you for what you're worth, including payment for all your certifications and continuing education. We're talking about a six-figure income potential in your very first year with matching 401k. Big Gus tractor and equipment, they service all makes and models of agricultural and construction equipment. Apply at BigGusTractor.com. Make sure you tell them Bubba Army.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios.
Aquabito.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Be looking, if you're going to attend BARP, be looking for email courtesy of either Ashley or the Merch Crick. And they'll give you the hotel information with regards to the $129 rate. I think the lowest around here, like Lummy, is like $240, $225.
Yes.
Except our rate that we got,
which is incredible.
So we were talking about this before we went into commercials, and that is this is I guess a report that came out and pretty much lays out where SNAP benefits, which SNAP benefits are food stamps. The government subsidizes and gives you X amount. And back in the day when I was a kid, like, you didn't even want to be on food stamps because it was like they kind of made you feel bad at checkout. They'd like, food stamps in aisle 3. And so the manager would have to come and, like they were regulars. And Jay, I think your mom might have been on food stamps.
We were on reduced lunch tickets where you had a different colored lunch ticket and you had to stand in a different line.
Yeah. Were you telling, just don't worry about it, bitches. I'm going to be a big attorney driving a Ferrari someday.
That's one of those motivators.
I may have reduced lunch right now, buddy, but I'm going to have a Porsche 913. Woo! Is that Kevin? Well, that's Kevin.
It's Kevin at the ferry.
Jeff Knight appears in court for ferry crash. It's going to be I wish we could pipe that in.
You want the story?
See how it went for Kevin and Jeff. But like Jay, they would kind of ostracize you a little bit when your mom would or your father or whoever, when you would go to cash in your food stamps to pay for your food, they'd have to get a manager over there, and they were legitimately look like stamps.
Yeah, and now they have them in forms of like credit cards.
They're literally, it's a green, it's like a green Capital One card, and you just slide it through the chip reader like everybody else. Nobody can even tell you're on food stamps.
Which, to be honest with you, I don't really have a problem with that. I mean, there was a humiliating element to it, and I don't know if that was one of the motivating factors for me, doing well in school and being successful. I think it really didn't have anything to do with that. I think it was more education. But But being in those lines, it was humiliating, and so I really do have no problem.
I don't have a problem
with no.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them
shame factor
streamlining it now, and it just kind of blends in with it can be. It looks like a guy's just paying with, or a family was just paying with their Capital One card. Like it doesn't look any different than what a credit card does.
No, but I do have a problem with
this.
Yeah, giving non-citizens benefits during a government shutdown when citizens are not getting the benefits that they deserve.
Food stamps by ethnicity, percentage of U.S. households receiving SNAP benefits. The largest percentage of a group of people other than Americans, 45.6 Afghan. People from Afghanistan living in our country receive the most in food stamps and food help or assistance at 45.6, almost double of what native U.S. Americans. Number 2 is Somali at 42.4. Number 3 is Iraq at 34.5. Number 4 is Dominicans at 34.4. Number 4 is people from the Caribbean. That seems somewhat vast at 28.2. And
does this add up to more than 100%?
It's a bit deceptive.
Yeah.
Seth, you bring up a good point because they're not saying that Afghanis receive 45.6% of SNAP benefits. They're saying of the Afghan families in the United States, 45.6% of them are receiving SNAP benefits.
Okay.
And so of the Somalis living in the United States, 42.4% of them are receiving SNAP benefits.
Now I have a better understanding.
I had to look it up because I was looking at it,
looks
like you were, Seth, going, this doesn't add up to 100.
This is 200. This is 200. If you add all these numbers, it's 210%. Like, what's going on around here?
Yeah, so I literally was during the break. I was reaching it, and so that's the way this is. It's being misperceived by people out there.
It's very misleading.
But at the same time, the article that corrects this from PolitiFact says that nearly 11% of all SNAP recipients are non-citizens. That's a problem still.
Yeah.
If 10+% of the people receiving SNAP benefits are foreigners or non-citizens, then I think in a time of crisis like this that they should go to our citizens.
Now, Jay,
that's what I think.
You're pretty well read. You watch the news a lot. There's some things. I think you're really more newsworthy than Dan is because Dan's busier than you are because he's got 2 jobs, not one, and he works for you.
Me and Lummy.
I sent you the Jeffrey Knight story too.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
All right, but what I'm saying is, Jay, like fundamentally, when we talk about this governmental shutdown, okay, and they're saying that the Democrats want A and the Republicans want B, and then I've seen them further dissect it into a Obama healthcare issue where the Republicans want only Americans to qualify for Obamacare, and the Democrats want everybody to qualify for Obamacare. Now, is it that simple, or is there far more underlying things besides that?
They are trying. That's a part of it. But
that is a part of it.
Yes. To oversimplify it, the Republicans are trying to get a clean resolution, a clean CR bill to go through just to continue so they can continue to negotiate on various things. The Democrats and Chuck Schumer have voted 30 times for that in the past, but they're not doing it this time because they didn't get what they wanted in the Big Beautiful Bill. Because the Big Beautiful Bill had certain things that reduced the amount of people that would qualify, and it was the fraud, waste, and abuse to avoid paying non-citizens health insurance benefits and excluding those from like emergency rooms, but just people being on Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, disability, people who are non-citizens, getting those people off of our government teat, so to speak. And so the Republicans...
That's the major hang-up?
That's the major hang-up. And so the Democrats are trying to relitigate the Obamacare debacle that they lost when the Big Beautiful Bill passed. And so they're literally holding it up, trying to relitigate something they're never going to win.
Did the Big Beautiful Bill put some different parameters on Obamacare?
Yes.
Okay, which is what they're fighting for.
Right. And I remember, during the Elon Musk tenure of Doge, and he was coming out and saying, they found over 1 million people that were receiving Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security that were non-citizens.
So they're trying to stop that.
That's what they're trying to stop.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, John Dove, retired 5-0. Enjoy, Bubba.
Hey, John, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. One of the things I'll chime in on the Obamacare and then closing the government and stuff. Back when Republicans controlled the presidency, Obama, the House and the Senate, they did all this Obamacare, and it's so unaffordable that they had to put in huge giveaways to make it so that the thing could come along. Well, even the Democrats didn't want it to be forever, this huge like stipend or giveaway, basically, so that people can afford to get on Obamacare. So then now that it's come to go away, which it expires or times out, basically, they want to do it again, even though it was never meant to be done again because it's supposed to be such a great affordable healthcare.
I know, but I think
totally
that's the problem in itself is you have to renegotiate Obamacare. It had a 10-year lifespan on it. Now you have to renegotiate it, and it seems like they can't get on the same page of what Obamacare.
But now the Obamacare didn't have a 10-year lifespan. This surplus supplemental cash out that they give to people that need Obamacare to help them pay for it.
You mean
that had a 10-year lifespan? So the Obamacare, I think, goes on and on.
The funding for Obamacare had a 10-year lifespan.
Yeah.
And so now the funding that they set aside for 10 years of Obamacare is now gone, and they have to now try to find a way to fund it.
Well, and they're trying to keep it to the Biden COVID levels of funding.
Again, and it's unaffordable.
So they're trying to keep it at the Biden COVID levels.
Thank you,
they're
sir.
trying to get it below, back to where it was before. So all the subsidies and all the things that were done during COVID to get people health insurance doesn't need to be done anymore. All the COVID spending levels doesn't need to be done anymore. And so that's where there's this budget debate. And, I think the last time Congress passed a budget was in the Clinton years. So it's pretty hypocritical for both sides to say anything other than pass the bill, open the government, and let's get a budget.
It's hypocritical on both sides not to work together and hold these federal employees hostage, including, first responders in some cases, air traffic controllers, TSA. Some of these guys, are working without a paycheck, but they still have to work. It's ridiculous. We can reach across party aisles and they have to. They just got to stop this big dog and pony show. They've got to. And you know what? This would be a good time for Donald Trump to walk in and be a little bit more presidential.
Can you run your business without a budget, Bubba?
No, I don't even have a budget. We're barely making it.
But I mean, you know where every dime is. That's my point.
I do. I very much do know where every dime is.
Can you imagine that we run this government without a budget? I mean, that's like if you just think about common sense again. That's just one of the most ridiculous things in the world. We spend trillions of dollars and we don't have a budget to know where our liabilities and our debits are. How about our credits and debits? It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Is this the, of course, I go to hit it. Of course, I go to hit it. I go to hit it and it's not there. And now it's giving me a buffer willy. And it was just literally a few seconds ago, ready to go. Kevin Hazlett walking into, I think, which might be the first. Now it's going to give me probably a weather type window. God damn it, a weather type window. That's all I see is a guy eating cookies with kids. I can't take it much longer. I don't know how much he's spending with I bet you he spends $100 million a month.
A Pinellas County businessman accused in a deadly
a month on digital. Good for you, weather tight windows.
Water ferry crash was in court today for a pretrial hearing. Jeffrey Knight is facing 8 felony counts for leaving the scene of a boating accident that killed one person and injured several others. That was back in April.
Well, you're rolling in with the right guy. I think Jay would say that.
Yep.
You're in Pinellas County. You've been convicted of you've been charged with a crime. It's only one guy you got to call.
Nope. Yep.
That stud that's sitting right there.
Prosecutors say Knight struck the ferry near Memorial Causeway and left before being stopped by deputies. They also say he tried to stop passengers on his boat from calling 911. The prosecution now seeking about 23 years behind bars.
Wow.
Knight has pleaded not guilty. His next court date, January 12th. A trial date has not been set.
Well, if I was a prosecutor,
weather-tight windows
I know they're the best weather-tight. I go with Kurt Morgan and Morgan Exteriors with my windows. That's
right.
what I'm saying, weather-tight. And Kurt's not asking you to bring any goddamn cookies.
Nope.
No. Maybe a right rear for his sprint car, but that's about it, buddy.
Breaking news, top of a new hour here, and another threat of political violence in America. The FBI making an arrest in a chilling murder-for-hire plot targeting Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Is this for real?
Yep.
Yeah.
For real?
Yep.
Learning brand new details at this hour. Welcome back.
Do they know the guy? Do they know who the bad guy is?
Yeah, they arrested him.
America Reports heads into hour 2. I'm Sandra Smith in New York.
Scary stuff, Sandra. I'm John Roberts in Washington.
I mean, it sucks, man. Everybody's like going to get picked up. Like in today's world, you can't even be like, the Attorney General or the head of the FBI. Everybody's fair game for a picking.
29-year-old Minnesota man is accused of putting out a $45,000 hit on the Attorney General. And also,
how stupid do you got to be if you're trying to hire a guy for $45K, not to take out your wife, not to take out your boss because he's a dick and you live up in Minnesota and nobody knows it, but to take out, arguably the second or third most powerful person in our country. That guy you're talking to that will take a hit for he's a police officer. You idiot.
Security.
I guarantee
Chances
you.
are, Bubba, you're right.
You think 45's too low?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little low.
Yes.
Okay,
You'd have
like
to be
what,
talking
like
to some.
100?
Yeah, like it'd have to be first of all some guy maybe with like some type of headdress on and some sand.
Okay, we can get the costume later. I mean, yeah.
But that white trash guy that's pulling up in his handyman truck, I'll kill Pam Bondi for $45K. That's an undercover cop, buddy. You can't kill Pam Bondi for $45K out of some stupid ass place in Minnesota. Like, you know what? I think about every hit you order outside of like maybe dealing with Fabrizi's people is going to be a cop.
Well, he did it in a public forum as well.
Yeah.
started on TikTok when a post with the bounty started going viral before setting off a swift federal investigation.
And the suspect's rap sheet is long, and his online activity reveals ties to anarchist symbolism and anti-government literature.
Our justice correspondent David Spunt live here in Washington. What else are we learning, David, about the suspect?
Well, he also threatened the dog catcher 2 years ago for $10,000. And he figured he'd work himself way up to Bondi at 45.
Well, John, he is charged with threatening Attorney General Bondi in a TikTok post. According to authorities...
See, I wonder what that gets you, Jay. Like, I wonder if
arrested and thrown in jail.
Yeah, but are you going to do real time on that, you think?
I think so.
In this affidavit that we just saw a couple of hours ago, unsealed recently.
Rightfully so.
He allegedly offered a $45,000 bounty. In the post, there's a photo, and this was on TikTok, a photo of the Attorney General with a sniper red dot, and it reads, "Wanted Pam Bondi, reward $45,000, dead or alive, preferably dead."
Are you stupid?
Yes.
Are you just wanting your door kicked down today at noon? I mean,
this is the problem with all the rhetoric where they call everyone Nazis and fascists and all these things, is it gives license to these mentally unstable people to do these types of things. And he's an anarchist, an anti-government person, and that's the kind of person that is easily radicalized online. And I bet you anything, this person, believes that Pam Bondi is, a fascist or somehow is, violating rights of people, and it's just ridiculous and offensive. And that person should be in jail, in my opinion.
The quote. He is in custody. Additionally, his TikTok page had anarchist symbols, according to the affidavit filed. He
didn't lose his TikTok account, though. He still got that thing up and rolling.
Of course.
Meanwhile, we get ours taken away, Lummy, if we just show a girl in a bikini.
Yeah,
we get
done.
ours taken away. But this guy has a sniper gimmick on top of Pam Bondi's head for 45, wanted to dead or alive, and his is still good. He's in good standing. We got canceled.
David reads, quote, additionally, the suspect user's TikTok page had a link to an anarchist FAQ book pinned to his page. According to open source research, as well as based on your Defiance training and experience, anarchism is a political philosophy and movement that seeks to abolish all institutions that perpetuate authority, coercion, or hierarchy, primarily targeting the state and capitalism.
Yeah, whatever you just said, buddy.
Now, FBI agents...
Guy's a nut job. He needs to be in jail.
John and Sandra from Detroit, Michigan received a tip from someone who was on TikTok.
I don't think she's commented on it. But you know what? I don't think she should. I think, Jay, if I was handling Pam Bondi, I'd be like, let's not even address this. Let's let the system handle this. Let's get him arrested. Let's get him prosecuted. Let's get him sentenced. Let's not you address this like it's caused you any grief at all, because at that point it could just maybe potentially build copycats. So I would just ignore it.
I think that's probably a good plan. I haven't heard anything from her yet. Have you?
Yeah,
Lenny?
no, I think she should stay. I think she should stay radio silent on this. Like just brush it off.
Let the FBI respond.
Yeah, let the major agencies throw the book at the guy, put him in prison, whatever the hell, but don't acknowledge it.
Noticed the post in their feed, then reported this post. The FBI worked with Google, Comcast, and TikTok to find this guy. Google helped with IP logins, IP locations. They also were able to find his email. Now, according to the affidavit, he has a multi-state criminal history, as you mentioned, including a 2022 felony stalking and domestic assault misdemeanor charge. We reached out to the Justice Department. So far, we're being told no comment.
That was in Polk County, Florida.
What?
Yeah, that's where that guy last was arrested at.
That's even close to home. That makes it even more scary. That makes it scarier.
I sent you what the post looked like and the guy. I sent you both if you wanted to look.
Yeah, I like to see.
That's him.
Oh, okay.
And that's the post.
So this is the post right here, right? Wanted Pam Bondi, reward $45,000, dead or alive. What's it say on here?
Preferably dead.
Yeah.
Preferably dead, and then it.
Bullseye on her forehead.
Yeah,
which is, that's so horrible.
And then this is him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a scumbag. I mean, I didn't like Joe Biden. I would never put anything like that on there. And like Kamala Harris.
And that's not parody. That's not protected speech. That's not, that's not offensive language.
No.
Well, I guess when they did some searching on his phone and emails, they found him actually really trying to
solicit.
Yeah. So,
yeah. Like
being so close to Polk County, that makes it even scarier.
To more than 3 months in jail for domestic violence and contempt charges after pleading no contest to abusing his wife, Caitlin Tracy. Tracy's mother giving an impassioned speech in her victim impact statement in court as Beckerink's future remains uncertain. Dr. Monica Tracy, mother of late 36-year-old Caitlin Tracy.
Look at that.
Wow.
And oh boy, I think, did he kill her?
Yeah, she died. She's
Standing
dead.
beside her husband, Andrew, speaking directly to the judge about her son-in-law, Adam Beckerink, saying he systematically manipulated and abused their daughter.
Our daughter never stood a chance against this brute. She was beaten, bruised, and battered by this brute. And then he is the ultimate controlling coward. And he
Hold on, he's only sentenced to 3 months in jail? Is that what it says? Man whose wife died in Chicago, sentenced for domestic violence charges, 3 months in jail.
Took away her cell phone so she could not summon help.
Speaking with steely resolve and the pain of a grieving mother, Monica Tracy asked the judge to impose the strictest penalty he could against the man she says she believes is inextricably tied to her daughter's death nearly 1 year ago, describing the abuse Caitlin said she faced in her application for a protective order against her husband as a Chicago police detective listened in the Michigan courtroom.
Strangling me, suffocating me, slamming my head against a cabinet.
This is what Ashley does to Lummy on Friday nights.
That's right.
Putting my head on a headlock.
It looks like his 3-month charge is for domestic violence first.
And dragging me away from the door.
Tracy was found dead at the bottom of a stairwell in the South Loop high-rise where Beckerink lives. Her foot partially severed, her body pulverized.
She's beautiful. Look how beautiful she is.
After falling 24 stories.
Oh, yeah, I think he threw her off.
What?
I think he threw her off the 24th balcony. Yeah, listen.
Falling 24 stories. Chicago police reports show Beckerink had reported his wife missing the day before, saying he had...
That's too... Can you imagine getting thrown off 240, 250 feet and landing on concrete? Your body just turns into like a sack of flour, I think.
Hadn't seen her in weeks. However, information obtained by the ABC 7i team shows Beckerink was taken into custody by Chicago.
He's got an ass chin, too. Look at that. You can never trust a guy with an ass chin.
Chicago police for what investigators said were inconsistencies in the report he made. Beckerink is a suspect in his wife's death.
What's he do for a living?
But has not been charged.
We are witnesses to the physical and psychological...
So, Jay, it looks like he hasn't been on trial yet because...
No, this is for domestic violence charges separate from the falling out of the
bruises,
balcony.
Which really don't matter at this point because she's dead, right?
Well, I think they want justice, I would imagine.
Scars Our daughter endured.
So put him in jail for 3 months, awaiting the big trial?
While you continue to investigate the inconsistencies in his reports versus what happened that night.
Heard from this defendant, but in the end,
I wonder what the judge did here.
the coercive control he had over her was too great for her, and she was lost.
She was a dime.
Beckering pleaded no contest to domestic abuse charges after body camera video and 911 calls of a domestic incident were played in court.
Instead of meeting our daughter for dinner, my husband and I visit her grave. There is no justice that can heal our pain.
Beckering let out of court in handcuffs by sheriff's deputies.
They must have granted it, Jay.
Well, 3 months. He gets 3 months for domestic violence.
He was a tax attorney.
A family spokesperson saying this marks the first step towards justice for the Tracy family.
So now the murder portion will go to trial, right? And he gets to sit in 3 months in jail before that starts or while it starts.
Well, when they decide whether to charge him or not, they're still investigating the inconsistencies between what he reported and what they believe happened the night that she died.
Oh.
So it looks to me like they're going to probably continue to investigate that, and if they can get probable cause, I bet you he'll be arrested before he's released in 3 months.
Probably arrested. Can they arrest you while you're in jail?
Absolutely.
They come to you and say, hey, Clem, what? You need to come back up here. We need to retake your picture and do your fingerprints again on another crime we just found out you did.
Exactly. Well, that's one of the problems with these sanctuary cities is a lot of these people who they're trying to get arrested, they're already been in jail and been released without the local authorities telling ICE or telling the federal government that we have some bad guys here. And so a lot of these arrests that they're making in the public, parking lots or in the Home Depot parking lots, if the police, the local police, would cooperate with the federal government in sanctuary states and sanctuary cities, a lot of those arrests would not be happening in those states.
Yeah, but they're not on the same page, and they're doing that on purpose.
But in Florida, the difference is Governor DeSantis has deputized every sheriff's department, and every sheriff's department has accepted that deputization to act as federal agents for the purpose of enforcing immigration policies. So we're not a sanctuary state. We're the exact opposite of a sanctuary state.
There's 6 cops at Hillsborough County that didn't get deputized.
Not anymore.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Ain't happening. Gary, check your email.
Morning, Mark Jones. Thank you.
What's up, Stevie Guppy, old man? Let's get him.
Yeah, smash the like button, everybody.
So we got 6. So we're about where we need to be.
Yeah, we're good.
We're learning disturbing new details about a deadly shooting inside a local beauty supply store. Investigators say a man went into the store and started
Firefighters rescued a man and a dog from the flames. Both of them were treated and are recovering. Then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got me.
We gotta hear this. This chick's crazy.
Your yard guys blew stuff all over the cars.
He what?
The yard guys blew shit all over the cars.
Oh, God.
You know, it's like, is it really that hard to figure out not to do that? You know what I mean? It's like,
I'll tell average Joe.
Tell him to blow it off.
And please tell him not to fucking go near my car.
Yeah.
Avoid it. That's, you know.
I don't know that he has any business up there.
Mine's over by the front door.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Mine's not even anywhere near there.
I don't know that we have lawn over there.
Mm-hmm. I think everyone's. I don't think it has anything to do with mine or Dan. I think
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So I wasn't going to necessarily run this next story because it's 4 minutes and it's kind of long. But then I got to looking at it, and in the middle of it's this crazy chick who I think might have been a witness. So this guy calls up this girl at 4 a.m. for a booty call. What I'm assuming is an African-American man. He calls up an African-American girl. I don't know if this is the guy that died. I don't know if this is the guy that called for the booty call and this is the girl, the arsonist.
Yeah.
So he calls for a booty call. I don't know if it goes down or not. And then she sets the place on. I don't know if maybe it went down and he gypped her out of, she said it was X amount of dollars and he, tried to pull a Warren Sapp and cheat her out of some money. And then she's like, "I'm just going to burn your house down." I don't know how that went, but wait till you see the eyewitness. It's about a minute in.
Did a New Jersey woman burn down?
All right, so this guy here on the left, he's the kind of the guy reporting the story.
The house of a man who called her for a booty call at 4 a.m. and then fell asleep.
A woman accused of setting a house fire in Woodbury, Gloucester County is now facing...
Oh, so maybe, Lummy, he called her for a 4 a.m. booty call. By the time she got there, he was asleep.
Yes.
He didn't answer the door. She didn't get the money or the booty call. So she's like, "Bitch, I'm gonna burn your house down."
Yeah, it looks like he texted her at 4 and said, "Bring your ass."
Bring what?
Bring your ass.
Bring your ass?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she brought the ass, but he didn't have anything for that ass. So your house must burn.
I guess she so she showed up and then she called him 8 times and then he didn't answer and burned his house
on the
down.
nighttime. I poured gasoline on your little chateau and burned it up.
Just for arson. Police arrested 29-year-old Tasia Russell on Tuesday. On August 4th, the fire ripped through...
Did the guy get out okay? He didn't. I don't think he died, did he?
Looks like a neighbor may have died.
...through the home in the 200 block of South Barber Avenue. Firefighters rescued a man and a dog from the flames. Both of them were treated and are recovering.
All right, so the guy's good. So hold on. Wait. Sweet Brown.
All right.
Now, this is a woman that lives in the community. I'm assuming like within a couple houses or so. She escaped an apartment fire. Maybe the fire went over like continued on to the next place, and Sweet Brown was in there. Listen to Sweet Brown's description. This is the story in itself.
And I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got me. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that.
This video is brought to you by blackfacts.com, the longest running internet source of black history facts. Been going strong.
You might want to start going to that site for some prep.
Yeah,
blackfacts.com. Yeah, I'm sure there's a plethora of great information.
For over 20 years. It's a great place to preserve our stories, our history, and our culture, because we all know that Black History Month is not the only time we should be talking.
We should be talking about black facts all the time, not just in February.
Talking about our history, but throughout the year. And it's a great place to preserve our current and new history, because you can submit
like when crazy bitches are trying to burn down old boy's house.
New facts and stories to the website. Members can do that. So join right now to submit your stories. And
is this going to be a big infomercial for black facts, or are we going to get back to the story?
And to get your daily dose of black history facts.
Story's
you
over.
Feel me? And now, back to the show.
Oh, here.
The article said Russell called the man 8 times, but he didn't pick up, according to police. She allegedly texted the man, "I see you want to die, and you wasted my money to come out here," before the blaze was extinguished. What kind of fornication are y'all having nowadays? Y'all are having felony fornication out here in the world?
I mean, how is it going to be felony fornication?
Yeah.
You calling for a booty call and you don't get it, so now you got to call the fire department? She was big mad. Now she's in hot water. That's some heavy sex that y'all having.
And what's he doing it from an apartment? I mean, I'm sorry, from a hotel room? Look at his backdrop.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
It's worth going to the penitentiary. She was like, "Oh, you want to play with me?"
Oh, this guy's trying to be.
Looks like the guy survived. He climbed out of the window.
I was Joan of Arc in my former life. Listen, don't play with women, because here's what he didn't factor in. Okay, first she's tired, middle of the night, and she decides, you know what, I'm about to give up that butt. But before I do, I got to take me a little bird bath. You know, got to wash them in my pits and my pouch and my hooda hada. You understand me? Maybe have to shave. Maybe got to do my hair, do all that to go out. It's cold at 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, I'm already thinking. You know, I'm like, oh, he gonna do that thing he do that make me make terrible decisions. And then he sleep. So he not gonna do that thing he do after I wasted my gas, my time, hair products, razors, shaving cream, soap and water. Oh, you finna die.
Guy's delivery is pretty funny.
My emotions, you fin to die. This is dangerous sex. This is the type of sex that makes you let a man take your car, live at your house.
There was no sex. This isn't date. This was a disgruntled hooker.
Yeah.
It's not. This has nothing to do with the salacious sex that could have happened. This is a ghetto ass hooker that burnt the house down because the John, turned down the trick because he was sleeping.
Play PlayStation all day. If you willing to go to jail and burn his house down and kill a man over some sex, he's far too good at the sex. You shouldn't be that good at sex, man. It's dangerous.
I'm done with him. He's going too far down the path. I just wanted the girl's reaction. I wanted Sweet Brown's reaction, and I got it. So I'm moving on quickly. Hello, who's this?
Hey, what's going on, Bubba? This is Heath out of Crestview, Florida.
Hey,
I just wanted to see if you saw the story out of Stillwater where the teenage boy was convicted for raping and choking 2 girls, and the judge has decided that instead of trying him as an adult, which they were going to do at first, they've changed it down to a youth offender.
A youth?
Yeah, he's 16, but he choked a girl to the point one time the doctor said if he'd choked her for 20 more seconds, she'd have died.
Is that the baseball player story?
Yeah, I think he's out of Stillwater. His daddy, I think his dad was something at Oklahoma State at one time. He was some kind of coach or something at Oklahoma State.
So the guy choked and raped a couple chicks. Rather than uptick them to, like, at 16, 17, you can uptick to an adult if it's so egregious. But he downticked to a youth? He got
charged as an adult, and the judge turned it around and changed it to a youth.
I can see that. I can see that on some crimes, but certainly not this one. Certainly not having to do with raping a woman.
Just so you know, his name is Jesse Butler is the guy's name.
All right, Jeffrey Butler. We're going to
Jesse.
All right, Jesse Butler. Let me send me the story. We'll close the show out with it next. Okay, bud?
Yeah.
All right.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Might be a story right here. All right, that's not really.
Yeah, I think I got one.
You can find me a different one.
Medium said yes. I sent it to you. She just, I guess, yesterday.
Fox News would be better, yeah.
It was 19 medium said. Looked it up Jesus. Bad.
He was sentenced to nearly 80 years behind bars. But now this Oklahoma teenage baseball prodigy is avoiding prison altogether, and he was sentenced to nearly...
Baseball prodigy. That's a little tubby piece of shit. Thank you, Charles. $10 on the Venmo. Time listener. Thank you. See Funky Bass. Get that on the way out.
We got 8 minutes for 81. We got to hit those, smash the like button, everybody. We got 8 minutes to get this to 1,000.
We're going to fuck it up.
No way. Come on, everybody. Smash that like button.
Thank you, John Costica.
We can't go down like that, guys. Come on.
Woo. Average Joe, $200 for the car wash. He wasn't here.
I'm sure he wasn't.
He's a man that knows.
Come on, everybody. 70 hits. Come on, 70 likes. You got to get there. Thank you, Average Joe. I appreciate it, buddy. It's not going to be used for me, but just for the show. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's not uncommon for that happens. It's just frustrating. You know, when you're on the road, you see a guy blowing up leaves into the street. They're either paying attention or they're not. And doesn't that irritate you?
Yeah.
They
I
do
know
it.
a guy we whacked in at the special window at the Roc.
Really?
Did we get to the G-ball, Lummy?
We're almost there. They still need to hit it though. We want to be over.
Oh my God, we got a long way to get there.
7 minutes.
We got 7 minutes. Third merchant, hit the like button.
Oh my God, this
46 left.
Power Screen of Florida. Rock solid and rugged quality. Power Screen of Florida, the experts in design and manufacture of crushing, screening, washing, grinding, and recycling equipment. With locations in Florida, Georgia, Texas, Dominican Republic, and Central America, there's got to be one near you. Real simple to get a hold of them, my friends. PowerscreenFLA.com. Power Screen of Florida. Rock solid, rugged quality.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Like 5 minutes of the show left. And this is the closest it's been, Lummy, to us not hitting 1,000. It's not even been like...
Only 26 off.
Only, I mean, like, phew. There's we got 1,300 people on in YouTube right now, and we don't even know was it February? The last time we didn't hit February 27th was the last time we didn't hit 1,000 likes, and here we are begging for a like. Lummy, is it the fact that I'm maybe my skill set of hosting a show sucks and we don't have as many people?
No, I think it's just people are getting. Of course,
you're not gonna blame it on me, but really, it might be my fault.
No, it
could be the fact that I suck.
People are just forgetting to hit that thumbs up.
The numbers have been there. It's just the likes aren't there. That means they don't like what I'm giving them. And so, listen, if you could so kindly within the next 4 minutes. 997. We're 3 away. Don't let us hang up at 997 and that be the number. Lummy, like, oh my God.
Well, I'm guilty of it sometimes. I don't go on every single day and do it, and I probably should. I'm sure there's a lot of people that go on for a few minutes and they don't take the time to just like it, even though you should.
Maybe they watch the show for 15 or 20 minutes during their commute and they didn't give me a thumbs up and they're already at work and they hate me. So Lummy,
80 years behind bars. But now there's Oklahoma.
This guy, this kid, this scumbag, this 16-year-old was originally sentenced to 78 years in prison for what he did.
A teenage baseball prodigy is avoiding prison altogether, and his victims' loved ones say the justice system failed them. Brooke Taylor is following the story. She's live in Dallas. Brooke, tell us all about it. How did it happen?
Yeah, Brooke, tell me all about it, you freak.
Hi, John. Yeah, we spoke to the mother of one of the victims who says that their heart is just broken here, and the family feels like there is really just zero justice in this case because the suspect avoided jail.
11 charges against Jesse Butler: rape, domestic assault, sexual battery, strangulation, and the judge down-ticked him. He was when they up-ticked him, he was scheduled to do 78, and they down-ticked him.
Time, and he was able to essentially just walk free. Jesse Butler here, he is now 18 years old. He was originally charged as an adult in March. He pled no contest to a laundry list of violent sex charges, including first-degree rape, domestic assault.
First-degree rape. Jeez. First-degree rape.
Battery by strangulation, and also a violation of a protective order. Now, according to police affidavits, both victims were 16-year-old students also at Stillwater High School in Oklahoma, and they were his girlfriends at the time. They described being repeatedly raped and strangled. The details in these court documents are extremely disturbing here. Butler was 17 when these crimes happened.
17? Like, that's an adult. You uptick, not downtick at 17.
reached a deal with the district attorney's office that had his status change from adult to youthful offender. Now, the court found him guilty and sentenced him to
smug bastard.
I want to beat it. I want to go to jail and beat his ass.
78 years in prison, but because he's now considered.
Who am I kidding, Lummy? He kicked my ass. He said, "Get out of here, Grandpa. I'll beat your ass."
A youthful offender, he got to avoid prison time and was put on a rehabilitation.
There is no way, Jay, this ends up sticking. So there's going to be some women's group or somebody's going to appeal this or something. This cannot go on. This has to be stopped.
I don't know that there's a way to do it.
Plan.
I guess
the
a judge
victim's
could
family
reject the deal.
Says the DA's office should not have signed off on this deal, but this is a small town. Football runs the show, and the families point to Butler's father's influence because he's the former director of football operations at Oklahoma State University. Now, the mother of one of the victims told me, quote, "This was the first time we needed the justice system. We placed our trust in it. Sadly."
Man, I'm telling you right now, the justice system will break it off in your ass if they can't got an opportunity. If you're a bad guy.
We feel the system has failed the victims. State Representative J.G. Humphrey is now calling for an investigation.
Well, see, Jay, that's a breath of fresh air.
Yep.
Where you got a guy on the state level now that's calling for an investigation, so maybe there's a chance here.
One of the girl's doctors testified that she had to undergo surgery to repair damage to her neck after being choked so hard, and that she would have died if the choking had lasted another 30 seconds. I mean, this is an
investigation into what's actually going on and get evidence to prove that this court.
See, hold on. A state representative, Jay.
That's right.
You get on that guy's radar, you got a chance. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Is corrupt, and that they are letting sex offenders go.
And we asked the Payne County DA why they agreed to this plea deal. They shared a lengthy statement in part, quote, "Because the 2 counts of attempted rape were the only alleged crimes among the 11 charged that even qualified the case for filing in adult court. And additionally, existing law strongly favors providing offenders under 18 an opportunity for rehabilitation."
Yeah, don't worry about it. It was just rape. It was just rape.
Well, it's because he was charged with 11 other things, and so of the other 9, they weren't. I mean, what if you just had 2? You don't need the 11 others. That's the most asinine rationale I've ever heard. He's
now,
charged
Butler
with 11
is going
other
to have
offenses, and they let him
daily
go because the other
check-ins.
ones
He's
aren't.
also going to have
Can't be charged as an
weekly
adult.
therapy sessions in order to avoid that jail time. But if he violates anything, then he could be reclassified.
Anyway.
Oh, that's interesting. Because you think a guy like that may reoffend one?
No, he's fine. Our best chance is that state representative, start ringing it uphill, get the governor involved, right? That's how stuff happens. Lummy running a little bit late. I'm going to be with Kush about 10 to 15 after.
Okay.
Then Devin Moran at 11:30. That all on YouTube. We'll see you then.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Gene Lasker, voice of the people.
Glad you get to hear me.
Gary Cantrell, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up Bean.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.